Check 1 2. Let's go. Yusef's in the building. What's up, Yusef? Appreciate you tapping into the stream. Bill is in the building. What's up, Bill? Y'all welcome in. How y'all feeling today? Lucas, Yurka, how y'all feeling today? Is it Burnell? Thank you so much for tapping into the stream today. Joseph is in the building. What's up, Joseph? Appreciate you tapping in, man. Of course. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fantastic. J.I., welcome in. Opal, welcome in as well. Yurka, Kamado, I see y'all tapping into the stream today. Thank y'all for joining. I appreciate y'all being here. If y'all are coming in for the first time, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the stream. Let me know where y'all are joining from. Talk to me a little bit. Timor, welcome in. Let me know where y'all are joining from. Red Eye Music, thank you for hopping in on the Purple Abbey. Yo, it's good to see you as well. Maximo, thank you for tapping in. Yeah, y'all let me know where y'all are joining from. Let me know where y'all are joining from. And if you make music, let me know what kind of music you make. Talk to me a little bit. I have one day until we head to Disney, so I'll try to make sure I send the audios today. Okay, beautiful. I need to get you some updated stuff. I was going back through some of the files that I had. I was trying to make sure the parts that I had made sense based on the different parts that we were trying to get for like the hook and the verse and stuff like that. So I'm still trying to go through some of those files too, but hopefully we can get some of those parts laid down. Of course, we can always retrack as well. Sneaky, thank you for tapping in from Manila. Thank you for hopping in as well. What's good? I appreciate you tapping in. I make techno. I'd be down for a console, but I have to go in an hour, so it might not work. It kind of depends on where the next couple minutes go, right? You could actually, you could go pretty quick. Let me see. I actually need to update this. Give me 1 second. Soul Power, good to see you, man. I hope you're doing absolutely beautiful. Favor, welcome in. Maximo from Argentina. I'm waiting for my album to drop on March 21st. Let's go. I love to hear that you're pursuing that, Maximo. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. Shouts to you for actually putting out the album. I love it. I'm an indie artist. Beautiful. Okay, amazing. How long have you been doing that, Sneaky? While y'all are talking, and I'm going to react to a couple things here. Let me go ahead and update board. Let me get a couple things moving here really quick. Let's get a few things moving. Red Eye, if you do want to submit, at least to see if you're able to get on today, just type !submit right there in the chat. We'll get you up there. Y'all keep tapping the screen. If you're over on TikTok, especially, make sure you're tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send in your heart meet. It does really help out the stream. And I'll go ahead and explain the whole live structure here in just a couple minutes. I'll give the full breakdown as far as what we're doing here at Track Talk, kind of the format of the live, the order that we do things in, so on and so on. But y'all keep tapping the screen. Alpine Runner, welcome in. You as well, Soul Power. I hope you're doing all right, man. I hope life is treating you okay. I know things have been crazy, but I hope you're hanging in there, man. Thank you for tapping into the stream today. I appreciate that. It has been a long time. Maximo says they have some tunes on Spotify. Beautiful. I love to hear that, man. I love to hear that. Y'all keep tapping the screen. We're going to keep things flowing here in a second. In just a couple minutes, as I'm updating some items here, I will explain the structure of the live stream, and we'll get into some phenomenal music today. I'm going to keep things rolling over here. Toa, welcome in as well. Thanks for joining the stream. And hopefully I can get some of our people in from MX Analog. Welcome in. Yeah, totally good. Yeah, it is a pretty comprehensive breakdown. We spend about 20 to 30 minutes going through the song, digging into a lot of different elements. Also, just a quick reminder to anybody, but all of the live streams are safe. So even if you have to like hop out for a second and come back in, so on and so on, all of the live streams are saved to the Red app, one of the other apps that we're streaming on right now. So you never have to worry about like missing the VOD or missing your breakdown and stuff like that. We'll always make sure that those VODs are saved. When you normally stream, it is typically afternoon Central Time. I'm working to get a more consistent schedule, but just between all of my projects and stuff here, sessions in the studio, I do all of those first thing in the day, and then I just get on live stream for a couple hours after I finish all my sessions for the day. So it varies a little bit in time, but I'm trying to get really consistent at like 3 p.m. Central, and I get on for like 3 or 4 hours or something like that. But yeah, I would say loosely today we did about 4 p.m. Central, and we'll hopefully stay somewhat close to like 3 p.m. something like that. But yeah, I try to do it fairly consistent. Jay Rizzle, thank you for the golden boxing gloves. I appreciate that, and thank you for the rose as well. So how many songs you have to review? We just hopped on. I'm going to be doing probably 6 to 8 songs today. Nicole Gray, welcome back in. We'll probably do 6 to 8 songs today, something like that. I'm on a little bit later. Once again, I'm doing all of this after projects and stuff. And so I'm trying to get things organized before we hop on again. Good to see you, Nicole. Thanks for tapping in. Mikey's in the building. What's up, Mikey? Thanks for joining the live stream as well. Give me just 2 minutes to get a couple things organized and a couple things updated, and then hopefully, Katie's back in the building. Katie, I think I already have you up here. I do already have you up here, so I'm going to go ahead and move you. Boom, right there. I've got you on the list, ready to go. I was like, ooh, I recognize that name right away. Keenan, what's your favorite scale and progression? Goodness, I don't know. That's a very broad. I don't know. I'm going to give you a cheesy. What's up, Put? I'm going to give you a very cheesy answer. I'm going to give you a very. Is it Kaneen? Am I saying that correctly? I'm going to give you a cheesy answer. And to me, my favorite is just going to be the one that serves that particular song. You know what I mean? I know that's a shitty, like, kind of cop out answer, but at the same time, I don't find that there's a particular key or particular like vibe or progression, or like I'm going into Phrygian, or I'm going to do like a Mixolydian or something like that. Like you can, but there's nothing that's like my go-to. You know what? I think it just depends on like what's the vibe that I'm actually going for. Am I going for something darker and moodier? Do I want something that feels like it has chromatic movements to it? Do I want something that feels really like dissonant and augmented? Or is something like pretty like straightforward? Is it a little bit more rigid? We're just gonna do like standard majors. It really just depends on the structure of the song. So there's my cop-out answer, because I genuinely just don't think there's something that I go to typically that is like this is what I do every single time, or this is like my typical go-to. It's kind of depends on exactly what I'm looking for in the song. Let me catch up on a few things. Thank you for the follow, Jay Rizzle69. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the follow. If I use FL Studio AI Master, do I still keep on a trip to my music? Ownership. Cuba, I'm not understanding the question. If I use FL Studio AI Master, do I still keep on a trip to my music ownership? Yeah, rephrase that, Cuba, because I'm not getting it. Drake Keel, thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Absolutely, Swamp, 100%. Yeah, all genres, all levels of preparedness, any style. I am a musician. Yes, I work full-time as a session musician, producer, and audio engineer. That is what I do full-time. Oh, no. Yeah, Katie, lots of work. too much work. All good. Again, I wished for this my entire, I wished, my entire life that I could be full-time in music, which, that has been my dream since I was like 8 years old, learning electric guitar with my friend by ear, who ended up moving away. And that was always my dream. I was like, dude, I want to be a musician full-time. It's incredible and it's amazing. And it can be incredibly vibrant and also wildly volatile and stressful at the same time. So it's one of those things. Thank God for the follows. I appreciate y'all. I see a couple of y'all just followed. I love it. It's incredibly stressful all at the same time. Where it's like if I don't like wake up and do the next thing and execute the next session, execute the next project, make sure that I get this project out on time and stuff like that, then I don't eat. So it's a lot of stress, but at the same time, there's nothing I would rather like grind at, nothing I'd rather hustle at than making music. So, and I'm very grateful to be able to do it, but at the same time, it's tough. Jeff Williams, the name kind of sounds familiar, but I don't want to make up that I know it. That the name just seems kind of familiar, but it might just be some triggering some memory or something like that. I love rock music. Same. I love rock music. It's like me, but I'm trying to break into the backstage stuff. Okay, beautiful. What kind of stuff do you want to do? Like, what are you talking like backline stuff, like mixing tech, like AV stuff? What are you talking about? Let's go, Brady. I love to hear it. Let me catch up on just a few things here, Mr. Eye Opener. I appreciate that. I can't read the name from this far. I think it's Red Hood or something like that. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to update just a few things. Let me see. Hey, Jude. Okay, 1 second, y'all. 1 second, and then I'll go ahead and let y'all know exactly how the live stream works. Let me get Mikey. I got you. Mikey, thank you so much. Let me get you updated real quick. Let me get Mikey up on the board. Give me just 1 moment. Boom, boom. Mikey, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. Hey, Jude. All right. Mikey, Katie, I got you up at the top right there. Okay, I'm hoping to get into sound tech. I've done a few TSM jobs, but hopefully touring tech stuff. Ooh, I love that. Very fun. Very fun. I know I always like in a different life. I feel like doing tour stuff, being like a touring gig musician. Like I've worked with a couple people that are, were like, pretty, prolific touring musicians and stuff like that. Is it AK Trip? Thank you for the follow. Try to catch everyone that follows. I appreciate that a lot. And they both, it's incredibly vibrant and it's just a crazy lifestyle and whatever at the same time, just like very unhealthy, like, so that's the thing that I kind of struggled with. Like I actually had a band late last year that were looking for a touring sound engineer to do like live mixing for them, just on the road, just do all their venues. And they just, it just didn't work out. I was talking with her. I don't even remember what the name of the band was. It was a really quick conversation. Kaneen, thank you for the follow. It was a really quick conversation. I just said that's not even in the realm of possibility of what I'm able to do right now. But they wanted a touring engineer, and I just don't think that's in my. I don't know if that's in my future anymore. I don't know if that's. I want to be like in the mountains by a creek, with like an old an old home by a creek amongst the fairies and just like be completely isolated with fabulous internet. That's all I need. That's, I think gone are the days for me of like, crushing it, I'm moving to LA to like I'm like, I am so like, I do everything. And I built out my production studio in this home, and I had a small studio in Dallas, that I had for a while. But like, to me, I love like being on my own. Like I love being able to connect with everyone. I love this, right? I love being able to connect with, all of these amazing people around the world. I think that's fabulous. It's amazing. And then I also love being able to like, boop, like turn off the TV or whatever, turn off the camera, shut it all off. And then just like, I'm here in my, fun little studio, and we're chilling. D Busy, good to see you, man. I appreciate you. It can be totally draining sometimes, but I love the chaos. Yeah, I totally understand that. Totally understand that. No, wait, get another Danielle track. Hold on 1 minute. Okay, let me get a couple things updated. Mikey, I got you. Danielle, thank you for tapping it. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing today. Okay, Katie, yeah, 2 seconds, Katie. I'm talking to two Katies. My bad. I hope that's not too confusing. Let me get a couple things on the board. Give me just 1 moment to update. And then I will kickstart the live. I will explain everything that we're doing for those of you who have never been here before. And Soul Power's in the building, man. It's Soul Power. It has probably been, man, how long has it been, Soul Power? 2 years, a year and a half? I don't know, man. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. Is it Trait Z? Am I saying that correctly? Trait Z? I'm seeing the 8 and I'm trying to read through the lines a little bit. Whatever the name is, thank you so much for hopping into the stream. I really appreciate you being here. All right. Mikey, Katie, Danielle, Matthew McKay, Nova Akio, Cold On Extra. I got you on the board. Y'all are ready to go. All right, Trizzy. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I saw the 8 and I was like, is this a trait? I just want to make sure. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate y'all so much. All right, y'all. Let's get into some music. I'm not wasting any time. We are going to jump right in. I'm going to jump right in. Soul Power, I appreciate you with your submission so much. Thank you for that, man. Let's get into some music. So thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I got you. I'll explain the whole thing because there's a lot of people that come in that have never been here before, and I want to make sure that it's really clear. The structure of this live stream, what we do and why we do it that way. For those of you who have never been here before, here's my spiel that I start off every live stream with. So if you've been here many, many different times, you've heard this many, many different times, you can just check out for a moment. I got my 3-minute spiel here. For those of you who haven't been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the live stream. I'm very, very glad that y'all are here. This is an amazing, music artist, producer, musician community here. It's amazing. A lot of really, really talented people here, but also a lot of people who have done music for like 3 days and want guidance. So it's a really, really cool community all the way across the board. If y'all have never been here before, what we do at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute long form consultations on the structure of your music. This is not a review. It's not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. Like I said, we're going to spend about 20 to 30 minutes breaking down your mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric, and song structure. We're going to get into the formatting of your music. We're going to really dive into the nuances of what you are doing creatively and practically within the structure of your music. Like I said, there's no trash or pass, ratings, polls, nothing like that. We're here to offer you specific, practical, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. Wrong side out. What do you mean? What do you mean, Boxy? What are you talking about? Sorry, I know I'm missing a bunch of comments as I spiel here. Anise, thank you for the cake Unique Slice. I appreciate it. And D Busy, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Oh, wrong set. I was like, I thought I thought you were talking about my shirt or something. Sorry, my ADHD is brutal. It's brutal. I was like, my shirt? No, it's not, dude. I was like, and you got me completely distracted. But it makes sense that it's a song name as well. But anyways, this is not a place where I'm here to roast you. I am not here to trash you. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm also not here to hype you up. I'm not here to give you exposure. If that happens, fabulous, fantastic. If the algorithm does something fun and you get a bunch of new fans of your music, I'm so happy for you. But that is not the reason why we do this live stream, and it's not my priority in formatting it the way that we do. Each song takes a long time. We listen to each of your songs for about 20 to 30 minutes. We go through it usually 2 or 3 different times in order to get into those details that I talked about. For those of you who don't know, you've never been here before, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So the structure and perspective of this live stream is from that perspective. Like I said, I don't want to roast you. I don't want to hype you up. I'm just here to offer some tools, hopefully give you a really detailed consultation so you have what you need in order to help polish and improve what you're doing. And also, if you're fabulous at what you do, if you're just, phenomenal at what you do, then I also just want to really still dig into the details and allow everybody to learn from your process as well. So if you're amazing Grammy-winning musician, you got charts, you got plaques and all that stuff, then I want to get into the details of that so that everybody can start to point their attention towards what you're doing creatively as well as practically in your music. Okay, for those of you who do want to submit, if you would like to submit for a consultation, we got a bunch of people on the board already ready to go. Nova, I see you. Where's Nova? I just saw Nova. Yep, Nova, I got you, Mark. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Nova, let me get you placed where you need to be right now. Beautiful. Nope, that's the wrong place. There you go. Boom. Nova, you're on the board, ready to go. Really quick. If you want to see the line, I'm going to get into this in a second. I'll let y'all know. If you want to see the line, we're live on 2 other platforms. On those other platforms, you can see the line at all times. It's the red app, YT, or the purple app, starts with a T. Both of those platforms, you can find at my link as well. If you would like to submit your music for a consultation, all you got to do is go to my profile, click on the link, and read through and follow the details. That's it. If you don't read through and follow the details, you won't get on the board. Boom. So that's, as simple as that. Some people read half the details and you still don't get on the board. You got to read all of the details and get up there. If you're confused on anything, there's also an FAQ. There's also a TOS. So if you have other questions, please read through everything at the same time. You can ask a couple things in the chat. But I'm also going to be reading through 3 different platforms, trying to keep up with everybody. So, have a little grace. D Busy, I appreciate you more than you know. That's a phenomenal musician and producer right there. Tap in with him. Let's get into some music, y'all. Let's get into some music. But once again, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow the details. We'll get you up on the board. We got Mikey, Katie, Danielle, Nova, Matthew, McKay, Akio, Cold Down Extra, Soul Medicine, Bobby John on the board already, ready to go. Let's get into it. Let's go ahead and dive into some music. Let me just make sure I have everything caught up. Boom. Okay. And yeah, absolutely any genres. Absolutely. He never plays my music. Mojave, you've never submitted unless you have or you've not finished the submission process. He never plays my music. So the video also saw us. Thank you, live. Thank you, man. I've been living in Russia since childhood. I write songs in tune. When have you submitted? I could look you up right now. If you have completed the full submission process, then you are in the list. All right, let's run it. Let's run it. All right, let me get a couple things up here really quick and make sure I have these in order. So just give me 1 second. Oblivion Beats, welcome in. Oblivion Beats. Let's go, Draco. I love it. Yeah, it covers any genre, any style, any level of preparedness. I say this all the time, but we have people that come in that are, we've literally had someone send in voice memos of them humming a melody so we could help them build out a chord progression that would fit over that melody so they can start building their song structure. And we've had Grammy-winning producers and musicians in here. It's going to be all the way across the board from people that are barely just getting started to people that are incredibly prolific and credited at their craft. It's going to be all the way across the board. So you don't have to worry that you can live up to some standard of the live stream. The standard, hopefully and ideally, really is value. The standard, thank all of y'all for the follows. I appreciate it. The standards that we offer tools, we offer tips, we give you perspective. We can help you build the structure of your music. That to me is the most important part of this. So don't worry about like, I'm too new at it. In fact, this is probably a better life if you're newer. Obviously, if you're really talented, I hope you come in as well. But especially people just getting started, I think you'll get a lot of tools and a lot of perspective from this community, and then hopefully, ideally, for myself as a host as well. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. We're gonna kick it off with Mikey today. Yeah, once again, last time before we get into the music, if you would like to, let me see. 1, 2, 3. Mikey's right here. Okay, beautiful. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through it and follow all the details. You never play my music. You are not submitting, Loom. Thank y'all for tapping in, though. I appreciate y'all joining the live. All right. I was like, you just joined. I was like, if you've submitted, I was like, why is everyone saying that today? I was like, hold on. I must be doing something wrong. Yeah, make sure you're following all the steps. Make sure you're following all the rage bait. I was like, what the hell? Like, why is this like one today? It's just funny. Yeah, I've actually literally only ever played. I've only ever played Daniel's music, which will be fine. I mean, that'd be fine. It's good music. Yoga, thank you for the follow. No, you're fine, Lou. You're fine. I was just like, damn, what am I doing? Because every once in a while you'll get these like glitchy lives where like something is wrong. Like a couple days ago, for whatever, it was like maybe 3 or 4 days ago. We've done like literally thousands of consultations, not even an exaggeration. We've done this for over 3 years. We've listened to thousands of songs on this live stream. And then randomly, like 3 or 4 days ago, only on TikTok, you're good. You got me. You got me. Deb, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. Draco, thank you for the heart me as well. 3 or 4 days ago, randomly, it was only quiet on TikTok. Once again, we're live on 3 different platforms at the same time right now. And it's the same stream that goes to all of those platforms. Randomly on TikTok, it was like 10 dB quieter. So like over the course of like a 3-hour live stream, I had like 45 people come and said, super quiet, bro, can't hear the music. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like what is going on and why? That was the same night that the light tried to, yeah. And then randomly my key light over here on the left side, I have it at like 25% right now, just off to the side and a bit above. It was at like 25%. I'm on like the last song and it randomly starts glowing to 87%. It just got super bright. And I thought like a truck was coming through my window or something. I was like, what the hell is going on right now? Anyways, all of that to say, there have been many a quirky situation. What's up, Vouched? There have been many a quirky situation come through this live stream. So when people come in and they're like, you've never heard, like, you never play my music. I'm like, dude, I've never seen your name before. But it makes sense that y'all are trolling a little bit. I like it. It's fun. It's fun. We're having a good time. All right, Draco, I'll double check for you in a second. But if y'all are submitting, please go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow all of the details. If you don't read through and follow all the details, we won't know the full submission. So please read through and follow all of the details. If you do, I'll get notified and I'll get you straight away up on the board, just like everyone else who's already come in already. Top 3 country with the best artistic people. I don't consume a lot of country. Like I've worked actually last month, I worked with a country artist out of Nashville. I was doing some collaborative songwriting with him as well as some executive production. So I worked with a country artist last year, but I don't like partake in a lot of country. I don't mind it. I like it. I listen to and appreciate quite literally any style of music, no matter how crazy and noisy and experimental it might be. I can enjoy a lot of different styles of music, but I don't tend to like gravitate towards country. So I don't know if I would like know my top 3 in this pool of, ever evolving genres, especially within country and pop country and stuff like that. So I favor the Yankees. You'll be sorely disappointed that I know very little about it. I do like New England though. My wife and I have thought about moving there. Not positive, but we've contemplated it. We're in Texas, so it's like polar opposites, which I love. You're from Maine? Beautiful. Yeah, we were looking at Portland. It was one of the cities we were looking at was Portland, because it's fairly up and coming. There's a lot going on there, and it seems beautiful as well. Cold as hell, but at the same time, we're in Texas, which is it's 103 and 90% humidity 80% of the year. Yeah, it is beautiful up there. Yeah, we want to, and that probably in the next, I would say probably the next 2 or 3 years, we'll probably move. Like Pacific Northwest or New England. We want to get north. We're not the biggest fans of being down here. Okay. And no worries at all. Okay. That's where you're from? Beautiful. Love it. All right, y'all, let's get into some music. We got Mikey in the building. Mikey, give me all of the details. And also for new people who don't know Mikey, let them know the role that you play in your music so that they can celebrate what you're doing. We've got a song here on Spotify. So this one is released, it looks like. Let's see. Let's get this pulled up. I know that does sound perfect. That is my wife that I would love to move with right there in the chat. And her name is Elizabeth. So Cape Elizabeth sounds absolutely beautiful. I'm from Georgia myself. And needless to say, I stand out here. Let's see. Monks, I would love to. Absolutely. I co-wrote the song with an artist called Party Alone, and it's supposed to be a very easy listen. Let's get into it. I'm excited. Try to send again, but sure, I got it wrong. Yeah, Mojave, just make sure that you double step all of this, double step all of the checks. Double check all of the steps. I gotta slow down. Double check all of the steps. Make sure you send the email and that you send credit. If you haven't followed those and you haven't read it all, so definitely make sure that you do read and follow those details so I can get you on the board. Monks, go to my profile, click on the link. You'll be ready to go. Hey, Deb, so good to see you as well. I hope you're doing fantastic. Draco, thank you for the gold boxing gloves. I appreciate it. Living Loud, thank you for the heart me. Libby, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Chris Hendricks, thank you for the follow. Enough celebration. Let's listen. I don't know why I'm talking like that, but let's get into it. This is Friends by Mikey. Let's dive in. It's not playing on this computer for some reason. Give me a second. It's playing on a Google Cast that we do not own. There we go. The neighbors are randomly listening to Mikey right now. Okay, let's run it from the top. I'll find a way, I sold my soul same time today. Thank y'all for the follows, appreciate it. No one at home, I need somebody else to know. I say today, won't fuck myself, I lied again. I found a home, but this is something I don't know why. I guess it's all my problem, I'm somebody else. Running out of options, fighting all my hell. You produce this yourself too, right? On my own, it's all the same. I guess I'm just used to being friends. It is, Katie, yeah, sure. Down and out, I think it's time to end all. Mixing alcohol okay, cool, with nice. All my meds that I collected, they're all inside my head. I guess I'm just used to being friends. I swear I'm so used to being dead wrong. Let's go, Mikey. We're better off as friends. I guess I'm just used to being friends. Used to using drugs all in my head. I'm not used to having you inside my bed. Used to live my life playing pretend. I guess I'm just used to being friends. Said I'm full of shit, two-sided story, but I'm used to it. With a foreign whip. Cool vibe, man. With a foreign bitch, I'm in MIA. Lost myself down in MIA. Sitting in my bed, same sad story, I'm used to it. I'm foolproof. It's just a lose-lose. So soon, I miss a side of me. I'm foolproof. You hate me, so do I. So true. It's all damn close, I might die. Friends. Down and out, I think it's time to end all. Mixing alcohol with all my meds that I collected, they're all inside my head. I guess I'm just used to being friends. I forgot this usually how it ends. I swear I'm so used to being dead wrong. I think that we're better off. Did the producer engineer this or did you self-engineer it? I guess I'm just used to being friends. Used to using drugs all in my head. I'm not used to anyway, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate you. I guess I'm just used to being friends. The mix and mastered. All Slate Digital plugins on U87. Let's go. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate that so much. Shout out to Mikey. Let's go. Yo, give it up one time for Mikey with a period. So it's Mikey with a period if you want to find him on platforms. This song that you just heard is released. It is out on all platforms. Jester, thank you for the love you and thank you for the heart me. I appreciate the gifts, y'all. Thank y'all so much for that. The song is released. It is out on all platforms. So I would love for y'all to go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go follow them on Spotify and other DSPs, so on and so on. Really, really beautifully done, man. I want to get into song structure. I want to get into vocal production and stuff really quickly, because there's a couple things that I would love to hear out of your vocal and kind of timing structure for the song. And then, of course, but the overall balance of this production, the energy behind this production, I think is absolutely fabulous. Markeel's in a building. What's up, legend? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing all right. Let's get into it. And if y'all do want to submit, I see some people asking if you would like to submit. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow all of the details there. We'll get you up on the board. If you want to check the line is up on the other platforms that we're live on, the red or purple app, YT and T, and you'll be ready to go. Blues Power, don't be full, already on DSP thing. Yeah, if y'all want to submit profile, go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details there. All right, let's get it. Let's run it from the top. This is Friends with a Period. Friends with a Period by Mikey. Also with a period. Look it up on platforms. You'll see what we're talking about. Let's get into it. Let's run it back from the top as we always do. We go back through these songs 2 or 3 different times to start chopping through the details and getting into some of the nuances. And we'll dive into some of the music here. So let's dive in. Shout out to Mikey, man. I think this is a great structure. It's a great structure. It's incredibly catchy. It's incredibly well structured. Great repetition. Great formatting. So let's dive into it. And I've heard your music before, right, Mikey? I've heard your music. I'm sure I have, right? It's catchy. It's very, very, you don't think so? No way. Why does it seem, maybe I'm thinking of a different Mikey. There's 2 or 3 Mikeys that come through here. So Mikey, shout out to you, man. Thank you for sending this in, man. I really appreciate it. Let's get into it. Let's dive in. I'm excited. I'll find a way. For one, baseline right here. Baseline right here. Dude, absolutely, man. Welcome in. I'm so glad you're here. I thought I'd heard you before, but I think there's a Mikey without a period that comes through here that I've listened to a bunch of their songs before. And so I don't, so I wasn't initially familiar. I was like, man, this sounds interesting. If y'all do want to submit, I see Draco is at Barkin. Anybody that wants to submit, there's a process to submit. That way you can get in line with everybody that's come in. We already have, probably 10, 12 people on. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through it and follow the details there. That's where you'll find the email to send your song. That's where you see credit. You can check the line on the other platforms. Nothing's going to happen right here in the chat. I want to make sure that y'all follow the same process everyone else does, so everything stays organized. Okay, let's run it from the top. Shout out to Mikey. Let's get into it, man. Right off the bat, one of my favorite things immediately is your early introduction to your vocal. I'm going to mention this once. I feel like I usually mention this to the lyrics, but I'm trying to keep it simple on this and just vibe. 100%, and that's valid. That's completely valid. I think this comes down, Mikey, to intention, right? Here's the thing: is there's a lot of different styles, a lot of different songs, a lot of different lyric structures for different purposes, right? Now, some people, you'll see this in every single genre. There's going to be people in pop. There's going to be people in rap. There's going to be people in country. Some that are specifically really trying to dive into the nuanced lyrical storytelling and just the cultural observations and stuff that they're having, societal pressures that they're feeling that they want to translate into lyrics, whatever it may be, right? And then you have some people hey, we're here to vibe, and here's a particular way that I want to write in order to elicit that vibe, right? And the same way that there's also people that are writing for sync. There's people that are just writing to get placed, right? Someone is writing a hook right now for Love is Blind on Netflix, and it's he was just a bad boy, and that's the hook, and it's stupid and cheesy, and they got paid 12 grand for it. So they're happy that they wrote these really stupid lyrics for one little moment transition in a show where a guy was being a douche, which is 99% of the show. Spoiler alert. So anyway, so you get the idea, right? There's a different reason to write for different things. And so I think in this case, I'm not too worried about this particular lyric structure as long as you understand why you're writing and the structure of it. Definitely wasn't looking for an A to B structure, more of a surface level, and could see it for sing. Beautiful. I love it. All right, let's dive into it. Let's get into it, man. Let's run it from the top. I'll find a way. I sold my soul same time today. If for any reason y'all are having trouble with the link, this happens regionally for some reason. I don't know why. It's a TikTok thing. If for whatever reason you can't see the link or the link isn't opening, you can hold on it like Drake was talking about, or you can go to my IG. Just look up Torvik Music on any platform. Go to IG. It's the same link over there, and sometimes it opens on the other side. It's just a random regional thing on TikTok. No one at home. I need somebody else to know. I say today, won't fuck myself a lot again. I found a home, but this is something I don't know why. I guess it's all my problem. I'm somebody else, running out of options, fighting on my own.
I'm so sad and on my own, it's all the same. I guess I'm just used to being friends. Down and out.
Introduction of the octave right there is beautiful. That jump really adds some intention. It adds some energy, adds some vibrancy to the mix. Just da 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 da. That high push right there, I think, is really, really well done. And the introduction of the vocal is really nice as well.
It's time to end all. Mixing alcohol with all my meds that I collected. They're all inside my head.
The pedal tone underneath it as well, just kind of holding right there, like on the root. That's really nice. Like your harmony structures are really interesting, especially over the movement of the guitar. It's really, really well done. How many are on the queue? You can check the line by going to the other platforms that we're live on right now. That'd be the red and purple app. You can find those at my link. Line is always up over there. Okay, couple quick things with your vocal. I really like the structure of the song. Like I said, it's really engaging. It's really interesting. The whole structure of it feels really well put together. One of the things that I'm noticing as far as like vocal mix goes is it does feel a little over brightened. So top end of your vocal, like 9K, 10K plus, to me feels a little bit exaggerated. And in tandem to that, you're also introducing by default a little bit more sibilance, right? So those harsher S's, T's, sometimes C's and K's and stuff like that are cutting through the mix with a little bit of aggression. They're a little bit abrasive, a little bit harsh. I would love to actually just like warm up this whole mix a little bit. It feels like those exaggerated kind of like Pultec curves at like 60 hertz and 12K hertz, 10K hertz at the top end have kind of overinflated some of the far sub and the far high. So it's like really, really bright and brittle in some moments where I would love to soften that curve a little bit, like just as a EQ'd it on the high end a bit too. I think it has to do with going from an SM7B to, yeah. I mean, if he's keeping just, I'm making this up, right? Because I don't know y'all structure it all, but if he's keeping like a preset of your vocal in the DAW or something like that and kind of drop that onto the U87, that's going to be worlds different. I have very bright Neumanns in my studio. I have an SM7B. Moving between those microphones require dramatically different processing. One is a hypercardioid dynamic microphone. One is a large diaphragm condenser microphone. They're very, very different frequency responses, very, very different profiles. So if you are really, really like an SM7B, like again you have to brighten it quite a bit. Yeah, you just have to, with this SM7B, it can be perfect for the right situation. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a good sounding mic inherently. It's good at capturing high SPL. So if you have a high energy vocal or maybe you're in a slightly untreated space and you need a very particular energy from the vocal in that space, the SM7B can be perfect. It can be really, really good for those reasons. So, I mean, I recommend the 7B or like an SM7DB with the one with the preamp to people every once in a while in order to just, get a good capture in maybe a space that's not ideal, where a really sensitive large diaphragm is gonna pick up a lot more of what's going on in the space than maybe a 7B would, or even like a 58, 57. So the 7B can be fine. You just do have to overwork it a little bit, right? You do need to open up the top end a bit more, saturate really strategically, and really, dig into the way that you're going to perform if that's going to be your final tracked vocal, not like a scratch vocal, right? So like sometimes I'll use a 7B to scratch to just like get ideas out if I don't want to like worry about getting everything set up and plugged in and turn my preamps on and whatever. I can just I can track something really, really, distinctly without having to worry too much about it. Love using the SM7B over the U87 when I'm feeling lazy. Yeah, facts, 100%. Yeah, it's a valid microphone. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Like that to me is a great microphone. There's a lot of people that love it and use it. You just have to know why you're using it and where you're using it. If you know those two things, you can facilitate a pretty good mix with it. But my assumption is that the mix on the 7B was similar to the mix on the U87 AI, which is a dramatically different, microphone in every way, right? Very, very different, a completely different kind of microphone. Their sensitivities and frequency profiles are very, very different. So my assumption is now you've over-brightened the SM7B in order to make it work, but now that's been applied to the 87 and it's way too harsh, right? So what I would recommend is for you to just soften some of those curves, right? Again, if 10K is pushed up 6 dB to give you, air in the mix or something, drop that down to like 3, saturate a little bit more strategically so you can soften some of those peaks that are slicing. And then I would probably recommend, if needed, and then this is not always the case, but if needed, add a de-esser maybe after one of your big high pushes. There's different strategies to this, but maybe after one of your big high pushes, add a de-esser to just soften some of that sibilance that is a little bit more abrasive. It is slicing into the mix. And that is a part of what I think is going to make this mix a little bit more abrasive to listen to. Is I don't feel like I could really crank this, and I want to like you said, I want an easy listen. I want a song that I I want to be able to drive out, drive outside of town with the windows down and blast it at night while I'm just in my fields. You know what I mean? Like I want to be able to do that, but the high end is going to be a little bit harsh, a little bit abrasive to listen to. So I would love for that to be kind of back under control so that you can get this mix as loud as possible without it resonating in that space too much. Rain, thank you for the follow. Big fan for my vocals, specifically of the U87, the Manley, and the 103s. Yeah, are you talking about a TLM 103? I don't like the TLMs that much. I have one, so I can speak personally from experience. But I think it has to do with mixing on KRK, super bass heavy to HS8 that's messed with the mix. Yeah, I mean, I think that the biggest thing is if you're changing tool and environment constantly, it can be challenging, right? If you have not adapted, it's one of the reasons why I have these headphones are stupid expensive. One of the reasons why I got these headphones is because at the time, I got these probably 3 years ago or so. At the time, I was moving around a ton. So I was mixing on the road a whole lot. I was in and out of my studio, and I wanted to have a really accurate translation for all of my mixes that was really high quality, really transparent, great stereo imaging. And so I got these headphones so that anywhere that I went, I would be able to reference in a way that's really consistent for all of my productions and mixes, or even just like all of my session work. So that's one of the reasons why I got these. If you're moving from like KRK, 8s or something like that to HS8s, one without a sub, one with a sub, and different, what's up, Paisley? You're going, one studio to another studio, this like a home studio to an actual room where you're tracking back and forth it's going to be challenging, right? So it is really important then to probably take whatever mix that you're doing on, let's say in this case, the HS8s, the Yamahas, take that and reference it in a bunch of different environments to make sure that things are like really smooth and really even and really clean. Because that'd be the one thing that I'd be concerned with, is that high end is going to like limit people from it being really enjoyable and easy to listen to a song that should be really easy to listen to, like you mentioned, first of all, right? You want an easy listen. The structure of the song gives you that, but the mix of the song is going to limit your ability to just feel that ease, because every once in a while you'll hit like one note and it'll kind of slice through the mix a little bit, or you'll have a couple S's and T's that slice through and it's a little bit abrasive. So it's a small detail, but it has a big impact on how people like accept your mix and how they palette your mix. What are your thoughts on the Rode NT1? I think it's a great microphone for the price. There's probably others that I like better for the price. I think I like the, but this is all personal preference, different voice, different source, stuff like that. Sleepy Girl, thank you for the follow. I think I prefer the Lewitt 440 Pure. I think it's the Lewitt 440 Pure. Those are about $230, $220, something like that. I think I prefer just the evenness, the consistency of the sound on that. It doesn't feel nearly as exaggerated to me as sometimes the NT1 or the NT, even the 1As can be as well. But they're great. I mean, I think if you're looking at a $170 to $200 microphone, I think it's hard. There's not like a ton of options that are phenomenal or really bad. They're all kind of right here in the middle, right? Like an NT1 or a AT2020 or a AKG C, 214, or like all of this range of like $150 to, $300, $400. They're all going to be like perfectly fine microphones that capture the way they're supposed to. There's some nuances, but I'm from Texas. I just realized I sent you the wrong mix. Yeah, perfect. Sounds good, Katie. Sounds good. It is. Yeah, it is. It's a bright microphone. A lot of cheap microphones are a little bit exaggerated. And I've had I've had some very nice microphones and I've had some very cheap microphones. They tend to be very exaggerated. They tend to be pretty bright because they want you to be able to like plug it in and it be pretty sharp sounding right off the bat. So I would say their frequency profiles tend to be a little bit sharp just because they're kind of overcompensating for some lack of circuitry, right? And so I think a lot of cheaper microphones tend to be a little bit exaggerated in that space. So it's fairly normal. You're just probably going to have to do a bit more de-essing than you want to with cheap microphones. You really got to check microphone angle, proximity, stuff like that. You're just kind of a little bit more on your plate when you're dealing with cheap microphones. They're perfectly fine, right? I mean, what's up, Wubsy? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing. I've had tons of super cheap microphones, so there's nothing wrong with cheap microphones. You just usually have to work with them a little bit more. Okay, Mikey, let's move a little bit deeper. And then quick reminder, y'all, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Let me get a little deeper here, Mikey. I think we addressed the crux of, I think, what I hear in this mix. But structurally, I think you're in a really, really solid place, man. Yeah, absolutely. Let's keep it going.
I'm not used to having you inside my bed. You still in my life.
Sir Knight, and I got you. Thank you so much.
I guess I'm just used to being friends. Some full of shit, two-sided story, but I'm used to it. With a foreign whip, still overseas with a foreign bitch. I'm an MIA, lost myself down in MIA.
nice open production here. I mean, like the actual mix on the double tracked acoustics and everything feels really, really nice and open. It feels vibrant. It feels really wide. And I think your performance and like your emoting is really, really solid. It's really, really solid. Whatever anyone says about lyrics, right? Your actual emoting and performance of this track, I think, is really, really engaging. So keep a lot of that structure that you have here, I think, is great. We just have to work on the aesthetic and the profile of that vocal so that the energy that you're singing with doesn't also lend to some like abrasion when it comes to the way people are actually like perceiving it and the way that they hear it. The queue's pretty long, but it's completely up to y'all how fast you go. You can always move faster if you want to. All the details in order to submit are at my profile. Click on the link there. Judas, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Krista, not Krista. Krista, not Christy, Jesus. What about those of us that write music but have to run vocal through AI? What's the question, Krista? What's up, Jenna? Welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome back, George. A little softening of that high shelf, some subtle de-essing, some tasteful saturation on that lead vocal, and I feel like this would be a completely like different aesthetic, right? Like it would just feel so much softer, so much more even. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. I know I keep hammering that home. It's St. Patrick's today. I did not even realize. Thank you for saying that, Jenna. I appreciate it. Okay. Do you still listen if we send those? I do. This is a very detailed, long-form consultation. So when people talk about AI, I will listen to what you send to me. But my perspective is I want to be valuable. More than anything, I want to make sure that this is a paid service. This is a structure that a lot of people come in order for us to hear their song for a very long amount of time. We spend like 30 minutes, sometimes longer, 30 minutes listening to your track, going back through it 2 or 3 different times to get into the details, offer context, and offer tools and tips to help you improve on all of these different parts of your song structure. So if it's AI, I just need to know what would be valuable to you. How can I offer you value? How can I offer you tools? Are you talking about songwriting structure, which we can definitely get into? Song formatting, phrasing, stuff like that is typically going to be the way I can probably help you the most, or pointing you in the direction of working with session musicians and working with people around you, collaborating with the community to build out the actual structure of your song so that you do get ownership rights, since that's not really the case anymore. So yeah, exactly, Krista. So yeah, that happens all the time. People do send in AI. I'm not on here like, hammering people for using AI. I have my thoughts. I have like my personal thoughts on parts of the AI structure and stuff like that. But my goal within the structure of this live stream is to be helpful, to be valuable. So if there's a way that you think I could be valuable, or there's some pain points that you're running into as far as building your song structure, I would love to help you out with that. That's my thing. People are like, can you listen to this? I'm like, yeah, but just make sure that, I can actually help you out. And I think I can. I mean, I helped an artist not that long ago. You could definitely, you're chatting with someone who's a phenomenal singer right there. So yeah, it's a great community for stuff like that. All right, let's keep it going.
You hate me, so do I. So true. It's all damn close on my friends. Down and out, I think it's time to end.
You never know unless you start. Yep.
Mixing alcohol with all my meds.
That's what this live stream's all about.
They're all inside my head.
Octave structure is great, man.
I guess I'm just used to being friends. I forgot this usually how it ends. I swear I'm so used to being dead wrong. I think that we're better off as friends. I guess I'm
Of
just
course.
used to being friends. Used to using drugs all in my head.
There's a couple moments, and this is subtle. So I don't even mean to be, I mean this just because we're listening to it and my brain is honed in on this. I'm not necessarily doing this to be nitpicky, so I hope it doesn't come across that way. There's a couple little moments. Sounds good, Jenna. There's a couple little moments in here. It's not all the time. There's a couple little moments on here where your vocal is in front of the pocket by, 10, 20 milliseconds, a small amount. It's in front of the pocket by like 10, 20 milliseconds. What happens is, I know this now because you've mentioned it in the chat, and I think it was just here in the chat, that you want an easy listen. This is chill, it's moody, it's aesthetic, it's laid back. But what's happening in the structure of the song is that rushed vocal pocket being in front of the grid, right? You're coming in slightly early. Because you're coming in slightly early, and a couple little small moments here in the song, and it's overbrightened, overhyped kind of at the top end here as well. It's actually making it feel more energetic, a little bit more anxious. Anytime you're in front of the pocket in that sense, it's going to make it feel more, you're going to feel more angst. You're going to feel kind of rushed. You're going to feel like a quickening of the energy of the song, as opposed to things feeling like soft, laid back, chill. That's where swing comes in, which is going to be the other direction, right? It's like if you were 15 milliseconds on the other side, right? If like, here's the grid right here. I'm backwards on my camera, so whatever, this might be backwards for y'all, but who cares? If you're over here a little bit rushed, which makes it feel a little bit more high energy, right? A little bit in front of the pocket. If you were to move to the other side of the grid by even just a few milliseconds, give it a light swing, that would actually settle it back into the product. That makes it feel lazier, more chill, more laid back. So that's kind of what I would be interested to hear as well. Like some of these lines, da, 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 all these lines, there's a couple in there that they're in front of that pocket by a couple milliseconds, and it makes it feel kind of quickened, makes it feel a little bit higher energy. If your goal, now that's perfectly fine. There's not an inherently negative, aspect of that. But if your goal is chill, laid back, easy listen, then soften some of that high end, rebalance your EQing, maybe like pull back on some of the heightened and kind of overinflated curves of the vocal, and make sure that your vocal isn't rushed. This could probably be fixed by taking a couple of these little pockets and just clicking, segment them out and then just drag them back by 10 milliseconds. Done. Like some of the things that I'm talking about on here, as far as like this mix and structure goes, are 45-second revisions. You know what I mean? Like 2 minutes because you got to listen to it a couple times. These are like 2-3 minutes of revisions to just like, oh yeah, there's a couple little parts where the lead is a little in front. We'll just copy that over and shift it by, nudge it by 10 milliseconds, 15 milliseconds. We'll soften the, on maybe there's a whole vocal bus with another EQ on it. We'll soften it. Maybe the master has like a pull tech on it and that's cranked up on the 10K, 12K by, 4 or 5 dB. Soften that a little bit. These are really, really small elements because I think your song is good. The structure of it feels really good. So I get the vision of what you're doing. I think you're really talented as a vocalist, as a writer. It is very catchy. I mean, that hook is going to be stuck in my head for a while. The da 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 da, that's going to be stuck. That's a really, really good hook. It's very well formatted. So now this is the phrase that I use constantly is make sure everything's pointed in the right direction. Everything's pointed in the same direction, right? So if you want the song to be like your vision is right here. Your vision is chill, laid back, vibey, almost lo-fi, like, pink sweats, black vibes, something like that. Like if you're wanting this kind of like low fidelity, laid back structure, make sure that what you do in the production matches that. Make sure how you perform the vocal matches that vision. Make sure how the engineer mixes that song and positions vocals and mix the high end of your vocal matches that same vision. If everything is pointed in the same direction, you win, right? If there's randomly something that doesn't line up with that vision, you'll feel a couple things fighting each other. Like I said, it feels energetic when you're wanting it to feel chill. That doesn't match the vision. So what do we need to do in order to make sure it all points in the same direction? But dude, you're solid, Mikey. You're a talented artist, man. I like the vibe of your records. I like your voice too, man. Like you've got a nice easy listen as far as that goes. Just soften some of the more like exaggerated elements of your production and your vocal, and I think you're going to be in a really, really good spot. Y'all give it up for Mikey. Mikey, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for tapping in today. Mikey with the period. You can find the song on all platforms, so go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist. You can, dude, absolutely, man, absolutely anytime. The song is called Friends, so look up Friends with a period on all platforms. Go stream it, go like it, all that fun stuff. Shout out to Mikey, man. I appreciate you so much. Let's keep the music going. Oops, I did not mean to select all of my emails. Give me 1 second. Katie, I got your updated file as well. If anyone wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow all the details, and we will get you up on the board. Give me 1 second. I got to make sure I've got some of these in the right place. So where did Soul Power go? Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure Danielle, thank you so much for the help. I appreciate it a lot. You're awesome. Let me see. I just got to get these updated. Give me 2 seconds. So Sir Knight, and I got you, and I need to get Soul Power. I thought I got Soul Power. I guess it moved. Let me get Soul Power up here, and Sir Knight, I got you as well. Unless I just moved it somewhere. I don't know. Okay, well, let's try this again. I guess I accidentally hit the wrong thing. It's getting hot. It's getting toasty in here. Aaron's in the building. We're tuning over the front. I can't figure out how to check the queue. Oh, the queue is on the other platforms that we're live on. Yeah, so right now we're live, obviously, here on TikTok where y'all are. I appreciate y'all being here. You're up here. Sorry, I'm looking at screens and the camera. We're on TikTok right here. We're also on the other platforms you can stream on. So YT, the red app, or the purple app, which starts with a T. We're live over there. That's where the line constantly lives. So the line is always up on the screen. You can find the line, the order, the minimum, stuff like that over there. It would be higher if you want to go next, but you can see all that. I'm actually updating the list right now, and then we'll get things organized from you. Okay, so let me get Soul Power up here. Let me get, I think it's Sir Knighton. Let me get you up here as well. But Aaron, I appreciate you tapping in. Thank you for Thank you for joining. And for those of you who are asking as well, we're not listening to popular artists in here. We are listening to not necessarily independent is not like the rigid line right here, because we have people that are signed to labels and boutique labels and have independent solo deals and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily strictly independent artists, but I would say the majority of people coming in are independent, newer artists, or artists that just aren't famous. So I'm not going to listen to Limp Bizkit. I'm not going to underground artist, if you will. I'm not going to like play Taylor Swift. People are like, hey, play Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter. Find that in your own Spotify. Perfectly valid. That's not what we're going to do here. If you work with an artist that is, maybe has a little bit of a movement, like we've had a couple people come in that are session musicians on some really cool records. Maybe the artist has a couple million monthly listeners, but they are session musicians, or they help produce the track, or they were the engineer on something really cool, or they're managers, they're agents for these artists. Sometimes they come in and give us sneak peeks of records before they come out. That's really cool. But that's the only time we'll hear anyone that's like maybe a little bit more elevated in what they're doing. The vast majority of the time, we're going to hear stuff that's very, very underground. People I would say that largely have under, and I say underground, probably under 100,000 monthly listeners, I think would be my threshold to where you're starting to get a little bit more traction past that point. Thank you, 119. I appreciate you. I appreciate that a lot. All right, Soul Power, you're up here. Let me I think it's Sir Knight. Give me 1 second. I got to confirm the name real quick, but I believe that's what we're talking about. Oh, no. Sir Knighton. Okay, let me get you. Beautiful. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. Thank you, George. I appreciate you a lot, man. You're very encouraging. I appreciate that. It is much more to come over there. I have been a bit lazy with the amount of content that I put on there. I would love to get to a place where I'm posting on YouTube, like long form, helpful, informative, entertaining videos on there, a couple times a week. But I've just been so busy. I'm trying to, catch up on a lot of projects right now. And so I want to, trying to prioritize that, but I really want to get into a groove where I am, hitting the tubes multiple times. Sounds weird. All right, this is Soul. I got you up next. Let's get it. We got Soul Power in the building. Soul Power, hop in the chat. Just let me know where you're at. And then I think, let's see. We sent through email, right? I just want to make sure. Yeah, send it to the email that's at that form. Send it to the email right there. Send it to the email, and then just make sure the credit goes through, and we'll get you up there. Do you need an editor? As a job, I would love to help you. That's very, very kind. Right now, and I'm so early. Right now, I'm so early that I'm a bit more attached to like my own editing structure, knowing exactly what I'm wanting out of it. So that's the nuance. I think once I get to a place where it's viable for me to like understand my vision and be able to like communicate that with someone like yourself that is an editor and just do like remote file transfers with you, I think that would be super, super valid. Because I mean, it'll happen at some point. That'd be valid. But right now I'm still like finding, as you know, of having seen my stuff, I'm still finding my groove. And even the stuff that I have on there, I don't even necessarily think is what I want to really be posting. It's just stuff that I'll be able to come up with really quick and like turn on the camera and be like, hey, here's 45 minutes of footage, and just kind of run with it. So anyways, all in due time. But yeah, I think eventually I want to offload some of that stuff. I also really enjoy it now when I do work it. I really do like editing. I got to get into a groove. Does this have your email info? Okay, I'll double check for you. Let me see. Yep, Ben, I got you, Ben. Thank you so much for your submission, man. Let me get you up there. And then I believe I still haven't seen Soul Power. Let me see where you're at. I don't see Soul Power. Make yourself known. Show yourself. And then Ben, I got you. Ben, thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate you a lot. There's Soul Power. Beautiful. Maybe it blocked your name earlier or something. Let's get that after Danielle. After Nova. Beautiful. All right, we're ready to go. Soul Power. I've got your track right here. This is Soul Power. It is enough. Soul Power, give me all of the. It's probably been a year and a half since I have heard Soul Power's music. So Soul Power, give me details, give me context. Things change. So is this all your production? Is this you with the band? Is this BeatStars leasing your vocals, right? Like talk me through the mix, talk me through the production, some of the details of this record. It's been probably well over a year since I've heard what you're doing. So update me a little bit on what's going on. Talk me through some of these details, some of the context, and let's get into it. There's Sir Nine over in the red app. Sorry, I see you. Hold on, I got to do my puzzle. I got to do my TikTok puzzle. Give me a moment. TikTok got me playing games to stay live. Let's see. There we go. We won. Hell yeah. Sir Nine, the song sentence just said demo. It won't be out yet. Beautiful. Oh, I love that. Sir Nine. That's amazing. I love it. Yeah, I love that. That's perfect. I love when it's unreleased stuff too. Nocturne, welcome in. Is this whole list happening this stream? As many as I can. If anyone doesn't get heard, then it gets saved. That happens all the time because sometimes I only have each of these take about 30 minutes long. So even if I just do 10 songs, that's 5 hours. And we're talking and we're answering questions in between. It is called track talk, so I'm not trying to rush. I want to answer questions. I want to be engaged with what y'all are interested in stuff as well. So there's going to be a lot of different nuances of what happens here. But even 10 songs is about 4 to 5 hours. So that being the case, I typically am saving usually a handful of tracks that are lower on the list at the end of the night. So if that does happen, I have a detailed list of everyone's name and credit that gets saved. You can just hop on the next live. Or you can go faster if you feel like it. There's never any pressure. Never any pressure at all. Okay, I'll double check here in a second, Krista. I'll double check in a second. Two Thorns, thank you for the follow. All right, let's just started a new vibe. All right, that's the details we have. Started a new vibe. Yeah, let me know the role that you play in this production as we get into it. It's time for Soul Power. Yeah, because they're from yesterday. I appreciate you. Yeah.
Is it enough?
They're saved on the list from yesterday, so if they come back in, they'll jump. But they're saved from yesterday, so they're a little bit farther down because they're not active in today's chat. Once they're active, I can place them where they need to be. Appreciate you. Good catch. Good catch.
Is it enough?
No, you're good. You're good. That's a good catch.
Is it enough? Is it enough?
It's like old Yay pipes.
Is it enough, girl? Now you're my drug. What's up? Girl, what's up? Taught her with your love, you're my drug. What's up? What's my favorite prescription? Girl, you're what I'm
Welcome in, y'all. Appreciate you being here. Hi.
Some days we argue, all of them nights. You say we done, but the road feels so cold, I'm trying to get it right. Scroll through your phone.
Because you were doing more like funky stuff last time, right, Soul Power?
I think we need more time.
Like soul funk kind of stuff? Am I remembering correctly? Yeah. If I'm remembering correctly.
So tired of all the fights, so sick of all the nights. Seems like you don't want this right. Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough, girl? Now you're my drug. Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough, girl?
Are you engineering this as well, Soul?
What's up? What's up? Girl, what's up? Taught her with your love, you're my drug. What's up? What's my favorite prescription? Girl, you're what I'm missing.
Okay, cool. If y'all want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and just read through all the details there. If you want to check the line, it's on the other platforms we're live on, which you can also find on my link. Any genre, absolutely any style, any level of preparedness. Love the filtered strings. Little underwater sample in the background, kind of phased. It's nice. There's some really cool elements to this Soul Power. I like it a lot. Let's go. Y'all, please show some love to Soul Power right here in the chat. Nocturne, thank you so much for the heart me. Sorry if I missed that earlier. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. If y'all are over on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Make sure you send in your heart me for the day. It does really help out the live stream for just 1 penny. There's no pressure, but it does help out. Let's run it from the top, man. Let's get into it. This is It Enough by Soul Power right here in the chat. Let's run it from the top. Let's dig into some details here. Let's run it, man. I'm excited. It's been a long time since I've heard Soul Power. It's nice to hear this little shift in energy, this shift in style that you have here, man. It's cool. I mean, it's dark, it's heavy, it's moody. There's a lot of really cool elements to the production that I really appreciate, especially these strings. These like filtered, like motif strings are really, really nice. I like them a lot. And y'all were talking about and consulting on your music, not popular artists, just so y'all know. I really like these strings. That's cool.
Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough, girl? Now you're my drug. Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough, girl? Now you're my drug. What's up? What's up?
I want to run this hook one more time. I want to run it one more time. It's one little, it's like a little, there's a phrase in there that pulls me out a little bit. I'm kind of listening for it here.
Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough, girl? Now
I think it's the girl right there. So there's a couple little lines in here. I think the vast majority of your like expression here, I think is really consistent and it sounds really good. Like again, it reminds me of like early Kanye. Like it has a lot of that like Dark Twisted Fantasy vibe, right? You know, or 808 and Heartbreaks, right? Like early, like kind of a distorted auto-tune vocal over an 808 and some filtered 90s strings. You know what I mean? Like it has a lot of the energy, which I can appreciate stylistically. I think it sounds really cool. There's a couple lines, a couple little moments. Torvik. My name changes every time Timeline comes in. Torvik got the hairs in half of the console today. It's all over. I love it. I love it. Okay. So Struck, sorry, I always get distracted by Timeline because he always comes in with some very entertaining and interesting comments. Okay. I got that vibe making 100%. So there's a couple phrases in here that to me, and sometimes there's not like a scientific rule as to why. This is where vibe comes in, you know, where it's just like, there's something about the way that the phrasing hits, the way that the auto-tune catches it, the structure of the mix on the vocals and how it goes into the compressor and how it snaps it up a little bit. It could be a myriad of different things that kind of pull me out of the energy for a second. Right now, I think it's like the phrase girl and maybe the next word, the way the tuning catches it, makes it feel, it pulls me out of the vibe just for a second, pulls me out of the energy just for a second. What I would love to do is probably just split that in Melodyne so that your note carry, like your note change and the like modulation controls, like through Melodyne or something, are a little bit smoother right there on the girl coming out of the end of the hook right there. And it makes it really, really consistent, where there's not a lot of shifting and tuning structure between different notes that you're like halfway through. Like when you're, 100 cents per semitone, if you're like at 55 cents and wavering a little bit, auto-tune will kind of pull you between a couple notes, right? The nearest semitone to whole step, right? It'll kind of pull it to either one, whichever is closest, and it'll sound like it's wobbling in between those two notes. There's a couple times that happens where I'd rather you just place the note there. I'd rather you just do, Antares Pro graph mode or through Melodyne, just click that note, drag it where it needs to be, split it, and so you hear the auto-tune distinctly. It's the style that you want. It works well in this production, but it's really smooth the way that it hits, and it feels very intentional, and the melody that you're hitting feels like a lot more cohesive and a lot more intentional. That's kind of what I'm looking at, right? So let me back it up here just a little bit. I want to hear that again. Like I said, most of your, is it enough? Most of these lines right here, I think are pretty smooth. Even then, you might still want to go through and just place everything exactly where you want it. So there's really no shift outside of what's intentionally what you want that vocal to do. Once that happens, you can add auto-tune, and that determines the effect that you're looking for. Like that determines the amount of retune speed that you get. Thank you for the follow, boss. I appreciate it. That'll offer obviously the effect of auto-tune that you're looking for in the song, but get that note put exactly where you want it so that there's no change in energy whenever those different modulations of pitch happen. Yeah, absolutely. Any genre, any language, any style, any level of quality. All right, let's run it back. I want to hear that part one more time, and then we'll skip forward a little bit.
Is it enough?
Like all those, those are hit pretty good. I hear the auto-tune. It's doing what you want it to do. I also think if you want to lean into this, I would lean into it. This kind of sounds like a dry like a more dry vocal with the auto tune. I would love to even crunch it up a little bit more, like high frequency saturation, like just to kind of crunch it up a little bit, give it some texture, give it some color. So it doesn't just feel like a dry, darker, warmer vocal with auto tune, but it actually has a little bit more of like an intentional vibe to it. That sounds, I think, like a little bit more energetic. I think you could saturate a little bit heavier right there, maybe even tighten up compression a little bit. And again, manual placement of those notes will make that vocal feel like silky smooth with that auto tune effect that you're looking for. Sounds like, yeah, 100%, right.
Is it enough? Is it enough, girl? No.
You see that, girl? You know, it sounds stupid with me. I don't have auto tune on, but you hear that, is it enough, girl? And you hear that boom, that wobble, because it's halfway between trying to place the note. But if we get that da da, and it locks in that note between right there, it's gonna make it sound so much smoother. You're not gonna be thrown off by the effect that the auto tune is creating on its own by just chopping between those two notes. Little moments like that happen occasionally, but so just tune your ear towards those. All right, let's keep it moving. Like all these are smooth, which is why, and again, not to actually, I do keep stopping. It's the point of this whole show. I was like, not to keep stopping it, but that's literally why we're here. The reason why it stands out more is because most of it's really smooth, right? So if 95% of the song is really smooth, really well structured, and like really consistent, and then you randomly have a couple little pockets where it jumps out of that, the tuning is trying to grab two semitones up, whatever it may be, like that whole structure right there, it's more obvious and more impactful when there's like a change that doesn't make as much sense, because 95% of it is really, really clean and really smooth. So that's why I want you to be even more intentional, even more surgical with the way you approach this vocal, so that it's as sharp as possible. That makes sense. It's gonna be up. Yeah, 100%. Never mind. My insecurities are winning. No, that's sorry. That's I know I'm talking to the camera a lot. It's my first time seeing the chat. I don't know if you mentioned something earlier before, but don't let your insecurities take over here at all. This is not like for one, it's not a roast live, right? These are long form, like professional consultations to get into the structure of your music. It is not roast. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm not here to tell you how crappy your music is in order to like stroke my own ego. I'm also not here to hype everybody up and like just be this like explosive live. It's a very like technical space. And so the whole goal of this live stream is just to offer tools, right? And everyone's at a different level. I say this all the time. In fact, I said it earlier. I've had someone literally come in with a voice memo of them humming a melody in a Starbucks booth in order to be like, hey, I have a hummed melody from a Starbucks booth with people slurping around me. Can you help me try to find chords that would kind of fit this melody that I made up? And we spent 25 minutes building chord structure and song structure around their hummed melody. And then we've had Grammy-winning producers, right? It's all over, right? It's all over the place. So I don't want anyone ever to come in and feel like they have to have their shit together in order to submit. In fact, the opposite is true. The vast majority of people that come in, like I would say like 90% of the people that come in with unfinished records on purpose, right? There's a lot of like live music reviews that are probably better places to go to just showcase your dope new song you released that you're really proud of and you just want to get it out there and hope some new people find it. That's just not what this live is. This live is about value. This live is about really digging for over 20 to 30 minutes, digging into the details of your music and then offering some actionable feedback. So it really just depends on kind of what you're looking for, but what you shouldn't do is feel insecure coming into the space. I'm never going to roast you. I'm never going to tear you down. I understand the valuable outlet that music is for some people. Some people are in here because they want to make it as an artist, and some people are here because music saved their life. And even though they don't feel like they can sing, they want to pursue it, and so they want tools to be able to do that at a higher quality, right? So the whole structure of this live stream is hopefully to just support y'all wherever you are in your journey as an artist, vocalist, musician, songwriter, whatever it may be. Mufasa, thank you for the heart me, and thank you for the roses as well. I really appreciate your support. 100%, Katie. 100%. I'm excited to hear it too. This is an opportunity to grow and progress. It's a safe place. Facts. 100%. 100%. All right, let's keep it running, Soul. Let's keep it running. I think you get the idea on the tuning side. I would address that, and then we'll get into this next section here.
Some days we argue, all of them nights. You say we done, but the road feels so cold. I'm trying to get it right.
Andrea, welcome in.
Through your phone lately, it's felt like all of it just ain't survive. Girl, I think we need more time. I think we need a revive. I'm so sick of all the love.
One thing that I'm aware of, and again, this is something you can work out with the producer. I think C minor. Songs in C minor, kind of starting off the G sharp major. And then like, so the D, so yeah, watch on to the D. So, right up to the C minor as kind of the root up here is like your kind of root as far as progression goes. There's a couple times where I kind of wish that over that progression that the low, like you have this big, juicy rolling bass underneath everything. I love it. It reminds me of like the MS-20 rolling bass. It's a really, really nice sound. I love the way that it pumps, good side chaining, all of that fun stuff. I love what it's doing. There's a lot of it in the first like 2 minutes of the song. It leaves for like a second. It leaves for like 15, 20 seconds a little bit later on, and it comes right back in. I think that probably going into your verses, I would suggest maybe changing sound design a little bit, even if it's like just a different bass, maybe a thinner synth bass with a little bit more resonance, or, maybe a little bit of a more open filter. And then on the hook, you go back down into the, you go back into the energy off the G sharp major. Just because of it, the whole song is just heavy energy, heavy 808s, low pads, and like, Reese basses and stuff like that. Then it's just going to feel heavy the whole time, and you're not going to get a lot of dynamic range and a lot of like of a very broad profile from the song. It's going to feel very one note. And even a song that's simple, even a song that's, an 808, some, a kick and a clap and a vocal, even something that's really perceptively simple, you still want a lot of energy out of it. You want to squeeze it for all it is. So I would probably find a couple moments in here where we pull this, maybe at the start of the verse and then you bring it back in, or you only have that bass on the hook and you have a lighter pad for the verse that's still low octave, but it's maybe not as full. A little bit of a shift in the low end, I think, would be really valuable on the production side. Otherwise, the song does start to feel like it's one dynamic the whole time. And you can fix that literally by just pushing and pulling a couple production elements and you're good to go. All right, let me skip forward. Let me get to this last little part here. Yeah, but I like the, to go back full circle, I really do like the vibe of the song, though. It feels very nostalgic to me. I love those early records. So it makes me really, really happy to hear, music like this coming back. So, I love the style. I love the heaviness of it. I love the feel of it. I think now it's just being a little bit more surgical with vocal structure, a little bit more intentional with how you push and pull the dynamics of the, the bass and the drums and stuff like that. But the overall structure of this, I like a lot. I think it's a good switch for you, man. Again, I'm used to hearing like soul funk stuff from Soul Power. Like I'm used to a completely different vibe, right? So this is a switch. This is a pretty like heavy, darker switch away from what I'm typically used to hearing. But Soul Power, I like it a lot, man. It's working really well. Bomb, welcome in. Ninja, thank you for the rose. You should probably hear kind of towards the outro section, at least have like a filter of your vocal, or at least have like either fade out early and make this like a 2.5 minute song, which is completely valid, and or probably have like a filtered hook here, like sample your vocal, push the like formant shifting up and the octave up or something like here and drop it back in the background again, just to make sure that there's some space here at the end that's filled with vocal structure. Because all the way from here, the last like 40 seconds is all just music. So one option, yeah, last 45 seconds. Last 45 seconds are just the outro, right? So I think we can trim the fat a little bit. I think we can probably once 215, 216 hits, we could probably just like either fade out right here. Maybe still some like light vocal structure in there. For one, that puts your song at 2 minutes and 25 seconds. We've trimmed it down a little bit. It's a little bit more pointed. It's better for replay value. It's better for playlisting. It's, it opens up your options a little bit with like a quick, kind of like dark R&B record like this. Gives you probably a little bit more, leverage as far as your structure goes that way. And or you just need to fill that, like that vocal structure again past 215, like right here. Here, What's up? But all filtered in the back. What's up? Like you could just have like a filtered version or a sampled format shifted version of that vocal in the background to keep that play going before you hit the like the actual outro of the song. If you wanted to stay at like 258, a little bit longer in this case, right? But otherwise, if you don't like see a value in the outro of the song and you want it to be a little bit sharper, you easily just hit 215, 216, 2 minutes and 16 seconds, fade out for the next 8 seconds. You save 20 seconds. You have a song that's 2.5 minutes on the dot. And it's a little bit pointed, right? It's a little bit more trimmed down, a little bit more intentional. So I think you just have some options as far as how you address either filling in voids to make sure there's always vocal structure and or, chopping some things in order to make sure that there's no dead space. But you also show some love to Soul Power. Soul Power, I love what you do, man. It's so great. So great to hear your voice again, hear your music again. Like I said, it's probably been 1.5 years since I've heard Soul Power's music, something around that amount of time. Appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for coming in again. Thank you for your generosity and for just being generous with your time, your creativity. Appreciate so much that you stopped in, man. You also some love to Soul Power. Let's keep the music going. Let me update the line really quick. Just give me just a couple seconds here. And Krista, I got you, Krista. Thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate you trusting me with your music. That means a lot. Let me get this up there. Give me just one moment. What's up? That's catchy. It's catchy. No matter what needs work. And this is again, I'll say this all the time. The song matters more than anything. The song matters more than the mix. It matters more than how expensive your gear was of or anything close to that. The song, the structure, the actual thing that is happening at the core of the record matters more than any of that. So the fact that you have a good, catchy, like repetition heavy, like good format to a song matters way more than the fact that like you need to do some manual tuning for your vocal. It matters more than anything. And that's from someone who engineers. I would rather you not get this engineered and fix that than have a really shitty song with no good structure, nothing memorable at all, and then be like, hey, I spent $800 on a Grammy-winning engineer, and I'm like, well, you definitely shouldn't have until you fix the song. I would highly recommend you focus on structure first, and you have been, and it shows. If you want to submit, thank y'all for joining. I really appreciate y'all being here. For those of y'all coming in for the first time, these are 20 to 30 minute long form consultations. We're getting into the details of your mix, production, sound design, lyric, and song structure. If you would like to submit, you can go to my profile, click on the link there, just read through and follow all of the details there. I would encourage y'all to check the line. The line is up on the other platforms that we're streaming on, the Red app and the Purple app. So you can find the line, the order, and the minimums over there if you just go to my link as well. Sax Guy, welcome in. Thanks for tapping in today. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through the details there. We got a full line, but you can always move faster if you feel like it. All right, let's dive in. Let's keep it moving. So Krista, I got you up there. I appreciate you so much. Let me just make sure that is where it needs to be. And we got Sir Knighton in the building. Sir Knighton said, I produced, mixed, and mastered the song myself. They're over on the Red app. Just so y'all know, I'm not talking to a phantom here. They're on another live stream. I produced, mixed, and mastered the song myself. The vocals are mine as well. The video game is set in a sci-fi dystopia. The song is really different from the stuff I've had before. And I think you sent something earlier, so let me try to... Oh, I can't see it anymore. It left. The other message left. Oh, wait, no, it's right here. Sorry, I missed it for a second. It's for not in. The song I sent is just a demo and won't be out yet, but it is for a video game. I can't say much more, but they've allowed me to get a professional consultation. Nice. Let's go. We get a sneak peek of an unreleased sync placement right here. This is going into video game. So we're gonna dive into some of the details here. Let me get the track pulled up here. Boom, boom. Got you. All right. This is Sir Knighton. It's called Blind Ambido. So let's get this downloaded. Yeah. So this is all done by Sir Knighton over on they're over on the Red app right now. Let me get this downloaded and we'll dive in. I'm excited, man. Thank you for sending this in. I appreciate it. It's time to dive in. And then, okay, also no. So you gave me some of the context behind the scenes of what this track is, what the purpose of it is, so on and so on. Talk to me about what you feel like are maybe some of your pain points or anything that that would be really helpful for you to have addressed. Whether it's like second ear on mixing, whether it's production structure, whether it's sound design choices, whatever it may be. Let me know if there's any pain point you feel like you're having or that you want, you maybe have blind spots towards and you want to get addressed, just in case. Or if it's just like, hey, I need a second set of ears before this gets sent out, then cool, either way. All right, this is Blind Ambido by Sir Knighton.
I feel the static in the
Thank you for the follows, y'all.
I smoke my brain so I'm feeling numb. Walk me down like I'm up for some. Comb on my head like trophy one. A-list got a job but I'm barely done. Ain't shit, throw a lock on a loaded gun. Face you right but I play it dumb. Talk this shit but I hold my tongue. Pay my dues but the dues still come. Count my wins but I lost more some. Step too close, get your whole shit spun. And say my name, know your day go done. Glass half full but it tastes like rum. Teeth all good when the lights go numb. Same old vice but I need that hum. Same old lights when the cops gon' come.
Got you. Got you. Sound design's really interesting. What's up, Retrack? Welcome in, man. Oh, short and sweet. Let's go. Excuse me. I'm choking on my words. Y'all show some love to Sir Knight, and let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Miranda, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Let's dive in. Let's run this from the top. Once again, this song is called Blind Ambito by Sir Knight, and it's going to be going in a game. That's all that we know, and that's the only context that we have. But it was produced, mixed, and mastered, and the vocals are all Sir Knight. And what's up, Retrack? So good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Let's dive in, man. Let's dive in. Let's run it from the top. The biggest thing that I'm looking for, because again, I always want to hear every song with nuance. This is a noisy, distorted, grungy, nasty mix, and it's supposed to be. So my goal in like building structure here and opening this up just a little bit more, thank you for the heart me. The goal of building this out is not to clarify everything, right? Like I don't want to come in here and like make this a pristine, sterile pop record. That's not the goal. It's not the purpose. It should be nasty. It should be intense. It should have a lot of tension and dissonance. So I want to maintain all of that, all while making sure that there's space for the elements that you put there to exist, right? That's kind of the perspective that I'm holding. Lay, Ghost Purple, thank you so much for the follow. That's the perspective that I hold. I want it to be nasty. I want it to be noisy. I want it to be even maybe a little bit like busy and abrasive. Like I'm fine with that actually with the kind of production that you're doing here. But I still wanted like when 4 or 5 bass elements are kind of coming together and competing in the same space, I still want to hear what those are doing. I still want to like be able to like separate and distinguish some of these elements in the mix so that it actually feels energetic. Ralph, don't spam the chat. You'll get muted, and I don't want you to get muted. I want you to be able to be a part of the community. So don't spam the chat. If anybody wants to submit, this is also not popular artists. These are underground artists, producers and engineers and writers and stuff like that. If you would like to submit, yes, you can from Spotify. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you up on the board. The line is on the other platforms that we're live on. I just don't want you to. I don't want you to spam the chat. So people are always commenting other artists. They're like, play Taylor Swift. I'm like, just listen to them on your own. That's fine. You already have them on. You already have them on Spotify. All right. So let's get into some of these details here. But that separation and that clarity is what I'm looking for, Sir Knight. That's what I want to kind of dissect here a little bit while maintaining the same soul of the original record. Like I still want it to be nasty. It's supposed to be. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow the details. We'll get you up on the board. Check the line on the other platforms, the red app or the purple app. You can find those at my link as well. We're live on those platforms as well. All right, let's run from the top. Blind Ambito by Sir Knight. I also, this is a stylistic choice, so please feel free to ignore this, right? I'm saying this just out of something my brain kind of wants to hear for a moment before things go a little bit crazier. I would love to hear, you have this... Let me back this up here to the beginning. What would you suggest I do from a mix to get those instruments to pop out, panning space? Got you. Yeah, I'll address all of that. Let me get this updated real quick. Retrack, I got you, and I'm going to pull up your 10 from the other day as well. I appreciate you so much, man. Let me just clear it off my list real quick, and then we'll dive into this. Dun, dun, dun. Give me 1 second so I can just update the line over here. There's Retrack, boom, and gone. Beautiful. And let me get you on there with that 5 as well. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. Yeah, that helps. All right, let me get this. 15. Boom. All right. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, let's run it from the top. I want to hear this 808, this intro right here, and then I want to talk about kind of where we can position certain things. See this, it's kind of all, it's off this like F sharp minor kind of essentially. It's based off of the C sharp with the 5, right? So you have this really nice like lead melody right here. For a moment, I would love to let that exist on its own, like just like a pad. Like I kind of just for a moment, I just want to hear just like this. Like I just kind of want to live here for just a moment. It's such a cool like chorus, like weird modulated intro with this really like sharp, tightly compressed synth in the background. And I love it. I really like what it's doing. For me, the 808 cuts in really like dry and it kind of like pulls you out of the mix for a second. It kind of pulls you out of the production where it's like we've gone too far too fast. And I kind of just want to like let it build with a little bit more cinema first. I also know this is meant for placement. So if that's inherent to the placement and you need that building structure, perfect. Ignore what I'm saying, right? Like I said, these are stylistic choices, but I wish this built a little bit more than already having like 808 structure filling out all of the low end. I would love for when that comes in for it to be a little bit more surprising, where you have this really nice, beautiful, bright synth at the beginning here with a bunch of reverb. It's sharp, it's compressed, and then this 808 comes in and it offers you a ton of depth and a ton of energy to the mix. Can I send a demo I just made? How long is the queue? The queue is right here on the board. I just updated here. So I don't know, we've got maybe 15 people on the line right now. You definitely can. I got about 6 songs left. 6, maybe a little bit more, but about 6 songs left most likely. If you're on the purple app, which you are, and you would like to submit, type _submit right there in the chat. But this is the line right over here. So you can kind of see where the top of the line is. You can see kind of how many are below as well. And this scrolls, hold on, I got to click back over here. This scrolls down here as well. So you can see there's a chunk of people. All right, let's run it back from the top really quick. Like I kind of want to just live right there. Dun, 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 dun. I just kind of want to live there for a moment, and then let that 808 come in, because I mean it's really cool. Like I like the way that it feels. The 808 throws me off just a little bit right off the bat. You're good. No worries at all. No worries at all. And yeah, you can skip. You can go faster if you want to. That's what a lot of these people are doing. That you can go faster. So you could be the next song if you want to. But a lot of these people, you could just wait it out if you want to stay a little bit lower, or you could be the next song if you want to. There's no pressure. No pressure at all. Thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Down like I'm up to some. Comb on my head like trophy one. A-list got a job, but I'm barely done. Ain't shit, don't lock, got a loaded gun. Face you blank, but I play it dumb. Talk this shit, but I hold my tongue. Pay my dues, but the dues still come. Count my love these dynamics. More sums. Same thing here. Like again, these are strictly just my perspective. It's kind of what I feel like my brain wants to hear. But I also think like having like worked with a couple other libraries before too, I think even just from like a placement standpoint and like acceptance standpoint, having dramatic dynamic range can be good. Having breakpoints and edit points and dynamic range for placement is really, really good and really increases your likelihood of making sure that you're actually going to be selected. Because sometimes they just want to be able to like start right here and go to a section of the song and not having to like edit half all of the stuff out on the multi-track and fade it back in and stuff like that. So it could be nice even here to take out the 808. Like once you're going into these doom, 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 you have like these really heavy production structures underneath it, like these heavy 808s and stuff like that. I think that's fine. Once you're getting to like the bulk of the verse. But in this first section, this like second verse right here where it kind of breaks down a little bit, I almost wish you just went all the way back to that synth again instead of the 808 hitting really heavy, because you always have that tension in the mix. But I play it dumb. Talk this shit, but I hold my tongue. Pay my dues, but the dues still come. Count my wins, but I lost more some. Step too close, get your whole shit spun. And say my name, now your day go done. Glass half full, but it tastes like rum. Teeth on grid when the lights go numb. Same old vice, but I need that hum. Same old lights when the cops gon' come. It's a cool vibe. This is nice and smooth, like, you know, shifting to a sub bass, I think is a good move, right? You have these like really punchy, very like transient 808s that cut in, doom, 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 right? There's like a really, really crunchy texture to it. And then right now, retrack, this is Sir Knighton. They're over on the Red app, Sir Knighton, with a K, so like Knighten. This is their production and their vocal as well, but their production as well. Let me back it up here just a little bit. But the shift to a sub versus just like the 808s, I think is a good move. Slightly different bass, kind of like we were talking about with the last track, like slightly different bass texture just offers you kind of a different energy and a different dynamic there. Beautiful. That's them right there. That's them right there. Okay, I'm gonna run it back here a little bit. Let me run it back here just really fast. Okay, so now actually like balance wise, right? Like just balance wise. So for me, I think we need to maybe be a little bit more intentional with when and how we introduce certain elements into the mix, right? Because that's going to determine how the song feels, right? It's going to determine the energy of the track, the actual how how like vibrant and how raw it feels versus how like relaxing it is in other moments, right? It's really going to determine like the energy and the vibe of the track. So I do want to make sure that there's a little bit more give and take. So there's not either loud drums or a heavy bass through the whole song. There needs to be some moments where we maybe pull away some of those elements. Like it drops down for a second, but we still have 808 slides like kind of the whole time in there. And so I feel like maybe even then would be a good time to kind of be a little bit more dramatic with our dynamic range so that it feels like a roller coaster of emotion when you build into these other sections of the song. Incompleted, welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in over on the Purple app. Thanks for being here. All right, let me run this back just really quick for a couple other things. I just want to talk about the separation here for a moment. You have some like strategic side chains in there that I feel like are doing a decent job. If there's one other thing that I would probably recommend for something like what you're doing here would probably be some really strategic mid-side processing, just because one of the things that I feel like you're running into is a lot of noise filling a lot of the same spaces. So yes, positioning is part of that, panning is part of that, but also the actual frequency profile filling that position in the stereo field is also really important. So I do think it could be really valuable for you to like excuse me, like you have these really, really bright vocals on the outside. Maybe you don't need 3 other synths filling the same space. So maybe in the side profile, you might want to actually pull out some energy in those mids, right? You might want to pull down 600 to 1200 hertz out of the outside of the mix right there. So those synths fill in a little bit more of that space, or the opposite, right? Like maybe some of those synths that are hitting really, really wide that you have kind of pushed outside right there, you actually might want to pull some of their energy away where the vocal sits and replace that energy where you're pulling out from the vocal and replace it with where those synths are. So I think like strategic, like mid and side EQing, mid-side EQing can help you with what holds energy at different parts of the song, not just panning and widening and chorusing and trying to get everything super, super big so it just sounds loud, right? I still want to be able to hear like what that bass is doing and what these different synths are saying in the song. And right now it sounds like it's one of the things we talk about all the time, just engineers talk about all the time, is if everything's loud, nothing's loud. So if we have everything just like forward and wide, then nothing's forward and wide, and it will just end up being noise, right? Noise can be intentional. It can be good. It can give you tension. It can be dissonant, right? But in this context, I kind of want to hear a lot of these interesting different synths and textures and arpeggios that are going on in the background. And I think when everything's just, it's just loud and it's big and it's wide, you lose some of that separation, right? So I think positioning is vitally important, right? Just levels, automation for your levels is really important. Like just being able to like only on the second half, push the volume up on one of those synths by 1.5 dB, 2 dB, and then open it up a little bit wider and then pull it back during that next verse. Like automation curves, mid-side processing, being strategic with your levels and your EQs, to me is really important to the vibe and the energy of the song. Let me hear the outro just one more time. I hope that's helpful. Maybe that seems a bit general, but I hope that's somewhat helpful. But I think the sounds that you're using are really interesting. I do think we need to tighten up that 808 like we're talking about and make sure that when it's there and that it matters. Like I don't want it to just cut in and it not accomplish what you want it to accomplish. So I do think that cutting it sometimes could be helpful. Like when it's a low dynamic moment, you do it right before that, but cut it when there's a low dynamic moment, just so you can offer some broader dynamic range. I do think that could be really valuable. And then just be strategic with making sure that there's space for those elements in the mix through your EQs, through mid-side processing and stuff like that. Perfect. Because like in the I'm just because I'm really trying to lean into it. I'm just now hearing these like flute arpeggios in the background that are really cool. Like I love it. So like I hear this da, 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 these like big, saw stack chorus, Juno stacks in the background. I love that. Those sound fantastic. But then I'm just now hearing this little I'm just hearing this little flutter in the background. I'm like, dude, that's amazing. I just don't think there's space for it, right? So wherever like the fundamental of that little the little like arpeggio in the background right there, I think it's like auto panning a little bit too. Like wherever that's sitting, you might need to create some space in the stack of synths, or like maybe a synth bus or an instrument bus or something like that for some of these other elements to mix. Like maybe I'm going to give you a loose example. Maybe you separate auxes, right? You separate buses for like lead synth elements and chordal synth elements. I do this all the time where like I'll have like lead instruments over here, bass instruments over here. And by bass, like B-A-S-E, like my basses, my rhythm acoustic guitars, rhythm electric guitars, like lower synths, pads, sub bass, whatever. I have like that over on one. And then maybe I have like going from the lead to the bass line, I might have like FabFilter Pro Q3 or something like that. And I might carve some of the mids out of where that sits to allow more space for the leads and the vocal to sit. So on the like bass bus that I have, I might carve some of that space out dynamically in mid. And then on the other side, like where I have some of my lead elements, I might actually fill in that space on the outside, right? So I'm not only going to like pull out some of that space, but I'm going to reintroduce it with my lead elements. So those feel like brighter and more open and more wide, while reducing some of the mud in the middle of the mix for the bass, the vocals, and so some of those other pads exist. Those can be some of the ways that we like reposition things without having to just like pan them all the way out here, or use like widener plugins and Haas effect and whatever. Like instead of like creating phase issues and noise and all this busyness, you can actually just like carve like the kind of surgical space for different elements to exist in the mix in mid, like in like your center channel and in your stereo channel. And I think that'll really help you out beyond just like, where do I put it? I've run out of places to like move stuff and position them. So that'd be my like loose suggestion so far. Y'all show some love, man. I really appreciate you sending it. It's very interesting, man. It's a cool track. I'm so excited once you get more permission, once your NDA is up, right? Once you get more permission, I'm really excited to hear about the game and hopefully be able to get a sense of what this placement is and how it works in the structure of the song and stuff like that. It's really, really cool, man. I'm so glad that you're getting that opportunity. That's a very, very cool opportunity. So y'all, please show some love to Sir Night, and they're over on the Red app. They're also floating around over here on TikTok as well under a different name. So feel free to hop in the chat over there so that people can, they can actually engage with you over there. Let them know who you are, man. I appreciate you so much. Hey, man, love the advice. You're the only person I've seen doing professional, in-depth feedback. Love what you're doing here. Thank you so much, man. I genuinely appreciate you saying that. Thank you for the love. All love from this end as well. Y'all, please show some love to Sir Knighton. I'm excited to get into it. Let's keep it running. Man. Yeah, that's the first. I believe that's the first thing I'm hearing from you, man. It's really interesting. I mean, it's nuanced, it's quirky, and it's weird, and it's noisy, but it's also powerful and moody. Metalhead, absolutely. Thank y'all for the follows as well. I really appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for that. I really appreciate it. And then really quick. Really quick retrack. If you wouldn't mind, when people are sending in other artists or they're just putting it in there, before you mute them, can you make sure that everybody gets that they get a warning? So like because a lot of people are just like, they're just like putting their name in the song, or they're putting their song in the chat for like the first time, and then they're muted for a minute, and they're just like, what did I just do? Some people are, because they're just used to that from other live streams and stuff like that. So just give them one warning. Any person that comes in, just do a copied message or whatever, submission wherever. You know the deal better than most. But yeah, give them at least one warning. That way people don't like come in and like, dude, what the hell? Why am I muted? I just did what like every other live stream. Because a lot of other, because I know the context is like a lot of other live streams. A lot of other live streams tell people to spam the chat. They're like, spam the chat with your song and I'll pick it. And then, you go to another live stream and they spam the chat, and because they're trying to create engagement on the other live streams and stuff like that. Yeah, they had already said it, but no one had said not to say it, right? You know what I mean? So some people just do it because other people tell them to do it. And so, yeah, they had already sent it, I think, like once or twice, but we need to make sure that they get at least like one, and sometimes it doesn't happen, but like they get at least like one warning just before they get muted, because some people spam because they're told to. And so I don't want people to feel bad just because they didn't know the structure of the live stream, stuff like that. Yeah, so give them a chance. And then even if they've sent it 7 times, once you have said, don't spam the chat, submit here. No, you're totally fine. Don't worry about it. That's why I want to make sure that people are good. And thank you for the heart me as well. Esvis Jane92. Thank you. No, you're totally good. Don't even worry about it. No, there's no hard feelings. I know the structures get confusing, right? You're good. Don't worry about it. Seriously, don't worry about it. It gets confusing, right? Because you'll go to another live stream and they're like, spam the chat with your song and I'll play it on my Spotify or whatever, right? And so then you spam the chat and then you go over here and like, don't spam the chat. We've got structure. We've got order. These are long form consultations. We're digging into your music for 30 minutes, all this stuff, right? So it's just a different format. So I don't want y'all to get muted. I don't want you to get blocked or whatever. So that's why I'm like, hey, don't spam the chat. If you want to submit, profile link, you'll see the details there. But I'm very, very glad that you're here. No worries at all. AK, I appreciate you tapping in. There's no hard feelings. Don't even be sorry. Don't worry about it. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Let me just update a few things here. Make sure I've got everything in order. Make sure this is gonna go. Okay, so retrack. I got your setup. Beautiful. Yeah. Perfect. All right. Reply to my initial email with more info. Not expecting you. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. I appreciate it. I absolutely love that. Yeah, if anybody wants to submit, anybody at all, you want to submit your music for a 20 to 30 minute consultation, you want to dive into the details of your music, you would like to get into your mix and production, you want help with your sound design choices, your song structure, whatever it may be. That's what we do here at Track Talk. We dive into the details. We spend some time to get into the nuances of what you're doing creatively. So if that's interesting to you, go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow the details, and we'll get you up on the board. I've got about, I think, 4 tracks left after this one. We got Katie in the building. Katie, you are up. It is your time to shine. You've waited a couple days. I'm excited to get into it. But yeah, let's dive in. I'm excited. So this is your updated one right here. Thank you for your patience as well. I know sometimes people come in expecting, again, a different structure to the live. And then sometimes they're like, dude, it took me a long time to get listened to. Definitely happens every once in a while. So I do appreciate y'all's patience. Anytime we have to save your record or you have to get on later and stuff like that. Ideally, I hope that it's worth it. I hope that it's really valuable for you. This is Impulse Red, Stuck in a Loop, mix number 2. So Katie, talk me through the details. You might have done that in another email, but I'm going to pull up your file here real quick. Talk to me about production. Talk to me about mix, stuff like that. Is it self-produced? Is it a YouTube MP3? Is it, going to a studio? This is mine and my band's first song. Beautiful. Love it. I'm the bassist. Just here advice before we do the mastered version. I love it. Amazing. Yeah, that's up to you, Ben. That's up to you. You can go faster if you want to, or you can check the line right now. I think as of right now, yes, but it moves all the time. That's why I always tell people, like, keep the lineup on another tab, just because what happened literally 2 days ago, people started submitting, and literally within, I think Daniel was here, within like 5 minutes, I got like 9 submissions, and it went, it went crazy. So someone who I was like, yeah, I think you'll be in a couple songs, they were now like 12th on the list. And so I try not to like tell people too much about the line or direct them too much. So keep it up on another tab so you can kind of see as we update it, you can see where things are, see if you want to make yourself go faster, or if you want to go to be like, oh, I might not be heard, I'll save it for another day, whatever it may be. I just don't want people to get upset just because sometimes it it takes a minute. And that's what, yeah, right. I would recommend just having it up on another tab or something like that. Okay. Thanks for tapping in, Diva. I appreciate that a lot. Thanks for joining. Let me see. Thank you for the follow as well. All right, so the band is Impulse Red. The band is Impulse Red, and the song is Stuck in a Loop, correct? Let's get into it.
You try to call and say you're missing me. You take me right back to reality. So much for always fucking choosing me.
Let's go.
Instead you choose to lie right through your teeth. Did you
adopt us? We need it, please.
enjoy the way you made me feel? You never even gave me time to hear. Feelings, they were never real. The whole relationship was too surreal.
Got you, Ben. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna back it up. I gotta focus. Ben, I got you. I need to update Ben, and then we're gonna go. I'm gonna start it over. I'm gonna get back into it. I really want to focus, Katie. Anytime someone says they're from outside of the US, I'm like, please take me with you. Take us with you. We gotta get out of here. All right. No, everything's fine. Everything is totally fine. All right. This is Impulse Red, Stuck in a Loop. Sorry, I want to focus, but I got distracted when you said you were from Edinburgh. All right.
You try to call and say you're missing me. You take me right back to reality. So much for always fucking choosing me. Instead, you choose to lie right through your teeth. Did you enjoy the way you made me feel? You never even gave me time to heal. You know your feelings, they were never real. The whole relationship was too surreal.
Okay, I like the dynamics. Let's go, Diva. Good melody. Good melody. I really like that melody. That's great. That's nice.
You seem to like the way it fell.
Go to my profile, click on the link right there. Just read through all the details. You can check the line on the other apps.
Around in a circle. Keep falling at the same hurdle. In this cycle, it is vital.
Love hearing some live drums. It's great. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I heard this song once in my life. I already know the whole hook melody. It's a great hook. Super catchy. So a band called Impulse Red. Obsessed with the hook. That's really, really catchy. Really catchy. Good writing. Thank you for the follow. Nice. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yo, show some love. That is Impulse Red, Stuck in a Loop. I really, like really just like, sounds good, recheck, perfect. Structurally speaking, I think it's fantastic. I think it's like very, 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 very catchy. There's some things we can polish. We'll talk about a few things on the mix side, even performance side, but like from just a song structure, like writing standpoint, that's frustratingly catchy. I feel like for the whole rest of the night, I'm just gonna da 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 da. That's gonna be stuck in my head for the rest of the night. It's like what you could like hate the song and it's still gonna be stuck in your head. That's a really, really well structured hook. Great repetition, great structure. You also have what I love, which is an AABB or like an AB hook, where you really have great separate melodies. The like two distinct melody structures there as an AB. Diva, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate you. Two distinct structures, right? An A and a B, or an AA and a BB in the sense. We have the da 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 da, and then a second we have the da 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 da. Like you have this really distinct first and second melody structure right there that just sticks. It really, 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 really sticks. So let's run it. Let's get into some details. Let's start it from the top and let's dive in. Yeah, it's an earworm song. Diva, thank you for the goats. Thank you for the GGs. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for the love. I appreciate that a lot. All right, let's go.
You try to call and say you're missing me. You take me right back to reality.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
So much for always fucking choosing.
It just white rubber band, man. It just depends on like the record. I don't have a ton of capacity these days. I'm working a ton on just projects and with client work and stuff like that. So I haven't had a ton of time and energy for like personal collaboration. If you're talking about me, if you're talking about them, ignore what I'm saying. I don't want to be egotistical and just assume you're like wanting to collaborate. But if you are, I just don't have a ton of capacity. So for me, it is a like song by song, record by record thing. If it's the right song, the right fit, and it's worth me carving time and energy, that that to me is really just what it comes down to. So I'm always willing to like look at certain records. I just don't have a ton of time. So when people are like, dude, I'm putting out a song in a couple weeks, could you do vocals or something? That's not going to happen. It's probably going to take me a little bit of time, but hopefully I can be a little bit more caught up. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there, and we'll get you up on the board. Aaron, I see you. Let me. I think this is you right here. I believe so. Let me get you up there. Aaron, I got you. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Let me get you up on the board as well. And then we'll keep it moving. Just get all of this organized. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. Get you right where you need to be. Do, 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 do. Let me see. You know what I'm saying? I'm already there. It's already stuck. This is going to be one of those annoyingly catchy, in the best way possible, annoyingly catchy songs. KPA Soundscapes. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, let's run it from the top. Let's run it from the top, and I'll probably start updating the line. In fact, where am I at? Right here. Oh yeah. I already needed to a while ago. Hold on one second. Yeah, I've got to update the minimums, y'all. So if you're wanting to submit, just definitely make sure mods, make sure you let people know to check the line first over on the other platforms. You can't sometimes say the platforms, but make sure people check the line because it is updated now since it has to be. Okay. No, yeah, it's so good. It's so good. There's a couple little things I want to talk about, but as far as structure goes, I think it's great. Ghostwriting and making money. I've got a catalog of over 75 Suno written songs. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court just ruled that you can't copyright completely generated songs. So you have to look at the structure, and there's still a lot of nuance to that. So White Rubber Band Man, I would just be looking into the structure right there because there's a lot of limitations to percentages, royalties, mechanical, and on the publishing side, sync fees, how that's placed. So if you're actually talking about making money, that means people have to pay you. What are they paying you for? What percentage of that do you own? And how can they actually like dictate that and decide that based on very, very gray inputs and outputs from stuff like that. So, I mean, that's the thing. It's not like evil or not evil. It's just like, I try not to come, to that conversation with a whole lot of emotion. To me, it's like very practical. And so when it comes to like stuff like that, you just, that's going to be your up here battle. That's going to be, the thing that you're running into is ownership. Right. And on the other side of it, not even on the side of the lawsuit, just through the corporations themselves, and a lot of like these tech corporations themselves have also claimed that any input is owned by them. So that's a whole other gray area of like inputting something, even through paid services, not being able to actually license it. None of the publishers are going to take it on because they can't dictate splits on something that's really gray. I wrote this song. How do they know? How do they put that into a space? Collaborative writing is going to be really complicated on splitting on the publishing side. Mechanical side is going to be probably non-existent for you. So those are the things that you gotta kind of figure out, right? Is what's worth the okay, Diva, let me double check for you in just 1 second. I got you. Publishers aren't usually interested in songs that you can't copyright. 100%. Facts. This is also this is not just an AI. I think this is also an issue with like unedited, splice loops and stuff like that. There's like for instance, I think it's Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter is like literally two splice loops with a bass underneath it. I dare. That's a license-free loop and it's untouched, dude. It is untouched. Sabrina Carpenter has a song that is like it's like 2 billion streams on the song. It's two splice loops and a bass. And I encourage you to try to make that same song with those two same license-free loops and not get a copyright charge, right? So like it's the same thing. It's the same thing like that we're talking. You just know those loops on 100 other songs, right? And so now imagine like being like Netflix or like a sync library or like a publishing house or something like that, and be like, yeah, we want this artist, but half their song is Sabrina Carpenter song. They're never even going to go that direction, right? So it's like it's a really complex space, which is why I encourage most people, the more control you have over your music, the better off you're going to be in making money and collaborating with people and working with agencies, working with labels and publishing houses and stuff like that. Like you're just going to have more opportunities and more control that you have. So I would just encourage you, even if you are generating stuff, even if you are just like, hey, I drop GarageBand loops into, I think Halo, is it Halo by Beyonce, or maybe it's a different song? I can't remember there's a Beyonce song that's literally a GarageBand drum loop too. So anyways, so it happens, but now that that's happened at the top level, you have like zero chance of making money using those same sounds. Like it's gonna be, even though they're license free, like it's gonna be impossible. You're gonna get blocked. So anyways, all of that to say, it's an uphill battle. You can try to do what you can do, but I would always look in the direction of gaining control. Look in the direction of gaining control, working with session musicians, working with the studio, finding some people around you that can make those production videos, production structures come to life. Stuff like that, because if your goal is to actually actually pursue music and get your messages out there, then I do think that you should look in the direction of working with some people. Just, it's going to be an uphill battle. George, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Sometimes clearing a sample means losing 95%. No, it's so true. Literally, there's like a Lil Wayne I think it's Lil Wayne. There's some story, I can't remember. Someone in here might know it. Someone here might know it. There's a story of a song. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's what I would do. There's a song. I forget what it is. They sampled I know the bullet point, but I can't remember the story. It was like a huge artist, and they sampled a huge band, like an old rock band, without permission. And they now have to pay. They pay they pay like $750,000 a month or something like that in royalties to that band. It's like it's a crazy thing. I've worked with an engineer that's just like on here on TikTok, and like talked to him, and he sent in a song one time. He was sending in like an extra set of ears for one of the artists he was working with, and he sent in the song. And the artist, they're working on clearing a sample, and that one sample, they're like, hey, we just need this one little vocal sample on the intro, and the label had to pay out $100,000. Just to clear this first little part of the song. This artist has like 25,000 monthly listeners, right? Like, or 50,000, something like that. They're not even making crazy money, but they knew that this song would be good. They knew that they were going to place it. They knew that they were in talks with Sony. They knew that they were over here. They knew they were going to get a return on that investment. But just to have this like vocal sample in the intro from some like old Madonna record or something, I was like, it's going to cost them 100,000 just to have this little clip, $100,000. Boom, they paid it. So, it's the publishing world, the rights world, the sampling world, the looping world. That's a deep discussion right there. So the more control you have. I mean, I know another example of this is Drake's Tuscan Leather. The intro to that song, if you know the song, the intro to the song, you hear this like reversed high pitched vocal. It's I've got nothing. Whitney Houston. Yeah. If I don't have you, it's Whitney Houston pitched up like 7, 8 semitones and reversed, but you would never know it because they sampled it to oblivion. But I actually made a whole video on how to recreate that track. But that whole intro is actually Whitney Houston reversed and pitched up a whole bunch. I don't think people knew till much later. So I don't know if they cleared it. But then producers started figuring out like 10 years later, and I did a deep dive into it to try to figure it out, and found that it was the same thing. So I showed how to recreate that sample in the song on a video I did a long time ago. I should probably repost it every once in a while, because it did pretty well. But it is, it's just interesting. I think there's a lot of times that people take really popular stuff and they just kind of butcher it. They chop it up and reverse it and pitch it up a whole bunch. And it's absolutely, unrecognizable, but it's a huge space. Happens a lot, especially in the 2010s with that whistle song with Flo Rida. Yep. Oh, yeah, there's a ton. There's so many. Sampling back in the day is the new sooner. Yeah, it's different. It's a different world. Like now you'll be hard pressed to not, because people will find out. You'll just basically see like, hey, this Taylor Swift song's a ripoff of this band and she's getting sued. Like that happens all the time now because of social media. It's much harder. But back in the day, someone would just take an old vinyl player and they would just like run it into their, MPX 2000 XL and create a beat. I mean, this is how Kanye got to start, like just create a beat based on like, throwing the track in there off the vinyl or off the cassette or something. Is a different world. I sampled Evanescence, but nobody. Yeah, at a low state, you'll just get copyright stricken, right? Like your song will play on YouTube and they'll just strike it, or they'll just take the money, right? So like a lot of times, what happens with like cover work or like unlicensed sampling is they just divert the money. So if through your distributor, you own it, you produce something and you put it out there and everything's lined up and you've released it, basically what'll just happen is they'll just like, oh no, this comes over here, and they'll pivot the money and royalties from your account to their account, and you might get some exposure from it. you might be able to, you might be able to like get some push from it, but they're just going to divert the funds. They're just gonna be like, oh, now we own your song. And any money that comes from the song, it's like what happens on YouTube. If you get a copyright strike on YouTube, sometimes they'll just divert money. They'll be like, any money this video makes actually goes to the owner of the media in it. And so anyways, it's kind of the same thing with music a lot of times. Okay. What are we doing? We got to get back into this track. We're ranting too much, but that was a good question though. So I do appreciate. Sometimes I like diving into these subjects because I think it's useful information for people that are asking. Sometimes we have some people in here that have a lot of experience in the space, Danielle being one. But we get some people in here that really do have a lot of experience in the sync place and the placement, space and stuff like that. So I do think it's really valuable to talk about because otherwise people are like, oh, I'm just going to do whatever I want. I'm like, well, here's a couple things to think about that I think could be valuable, or just so you don't waste your time and money as well. All right. Impulse Red, Stuck in a Loop. Let's dive into it. Let's read into a couple things here. Shout out to Katie for sending this in. Katie is the bassist, which I think is fire. That's amazing. Let's get it.
You try to call and say you're missing me. You take me right back to reality. So much for always fucking choosing me. Instead, you choose to lie right through your teeth.
Okay. Excuse me. Annabelle Wagner, thank you for tapping in. The line is up on the other platforms that we're live on, so you can see it the whole stream. So either go to the red app or the purple app, and you can see the line that's up over there. You can find those other platforms we're live on at my link tree as well. But it's changing all the time, so I try not to say too much about it because it's always moving. Okay, here's one thing I'm listening for. I'm going to say this loosely, Katie. So this to me is like, there's a lot of nuance to this, and I just want you to I want you to do your thing. I want you to be authentic. And I don't, if anything that I ever say just doesn't sit right with like your vision for what you're doing in your music, completely ignore me. You're the artist, you're the creative, you're right. Right. So I want to make sure that that's really clear too. I'm going to talk about a couple little details here. There's some times where more specifically your verse, not your verse, it's not your vocals, right? Are you doing vocals too, or just bass? Let me know really quick. Miranda, welcome in. I think you're just bass, right? Da, 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 da. Not your vocal. Okay, fine. So that makes, so I can cut you out of the equation a little bit here. You did fantastic. Bass sounds great. So really quick on the vocal side, which she's keen for any advice. Okay, awesome. I think like I already mentioned, I have gushed over this hook this whole time. The vocal structure I think is really, really good. There's some great writing over the hook as well. On the verses, a couple times, welcome in, Randa, good to see you. A couple verses, there's times where it does feel a little red. Like it does kind of feel like you're kind of here. Dun, 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 dun. It's like a little over pronounced. It's a little bit red off the screen. And that might actually be the case, right? I mean, there's a lot of artists. I mean, rappers, rock artists, country artists, like a lot of people are reading, right? When they're going through their lyric structure. But I think what happens, if that is the case, I would recommend a couple things. One, memorization, and two, comping. And again, some of this might already be happening. And it just, maybe there's some polish that can be brought to it. But I would recommend memorization and comping so that you can line by line, and let me know if you don't know what comping is, and I can explain that really briefly as well. It's a vocal recording process. What this will allow for is for every line to have full focus, full emotion, full projection, and very little like restriction, especially in this genre where I kind of want it to be like looser, a little bit more flow, a little bit more natural movement in the vocal, as opposed to it being very da 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 da. Da, 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 da. It's very kind of strict. It's very on the nose. And I want it to have a little bit more like angst, a little bit more of like a natural feel. And to me, it sounds a little bit red, which again, that is not unique to y'all. What's up, Blue? Welcome in. That is not unique to this band. It is, I have read many, many songs that I've performed or that I've written and stuff like that. So this is not like a unique thing or anything that's like isolated. It happens all the time. But what I would recommend is comping. So comping is where you're able to take I use Pro Tools, for instance. On Pro Tools, you can do this in Logic, Studio One. You can do it on a lot of different platforms. But in Pro Tools in particular right now, yeah, y'all are locked in. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much. On Pro Tools, you can track multiple within one track. So here's like my lead vocal track. What I can do on my lead vocal track is I can track 10 different versions of it. Like I'm just going to memorize like the first line here. So let me see where it is real quick.
Call and say you're missing.
Let me see.
try to call and say you're missing me.
So like that one line, you try to call and say you're missing me. You have that one line and then it loops back around and you sing it again. You try to call and say you're missing me. And you might try it a couple different ways. You might try it with a little bit more growl, a little bit more energy. You might try it softer. You might try it, with a smile. You might try it with more of a grimace. Like you can try a couple different ways and you can build out a playlist of different takes of that vocal for that one line. You try to call and say you're missing me. It's just that one line and you get that one line perfect. And then you sing other parts of the song, right? You start to just like chop through and you in the next line of the song. And this might feel a little bit robotic, but trust me, this is what a lot of people are doing in studio. Sometimes you'll get one take, and sometimes you'll go back through that one take 4 times and choose different parts of it. But in this context, then you do the second line, you do the third line, you do the, the last line of that verse right there. And then you have 10 different versions of all of these different vocal takes. And you select parts of each one. It might be a word of this first one. It might be like the way you phrased the missing me or missing me, more direct, or does it have a little flip to it? And you might like the way that happens on the 7th one. And you literally start to splice and like push them all together to where you have this like combination of maybe 7, 6, 7 different, 5, 6 different vocal takes that are all fit together and then crossfaded, and it sounds like one take. But it's the best possible take between all of these different vocals. That's comping, right? I might have a bunch of different lines, but at the same time, I am. And it's I love that. I love that, Danielle. That's fantastic. Jay, good to see you, man. Jay Steele, I appreciate you tapping in. I love that. Yeah, make it real. You know what? Make it real and get out of the reading stage, right? Because if you can get into a space where you feel the energy of the song, you feel the energy. DK, thank you for the golden medal, man. It's good to see you, bro. I appreciate you, love. Thank you for your generosity, man. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that is perfect. I mean, I've been in sessions where I'm like, okay, I actually want you to sing this laying down. Like go sit in the chair over there. Go sit on the couch over there. We're gonna do a handheld mic for this part. I want you to lay down and feel this completely differently. Or I want you to back off the mic. I want you to sit over here. Actually, I want you to like run around the building and then come back and we're gonna tackle this. Like creating a different space and a different energy around the structure of what you're doing can be so important. But anyways, comping. That's a separate subject, but very valuable. I'm sorry to hear that, Blue. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that. But when it comes to building that structure, comping is going to be the way that you don't have to like run through the whole verse every time and run through every hook every single time, but you can compartmentalize the song a little bit better and get the best possible take with the best possible energy and phrasing every time, as opposed to it being right here in front of you and you're kind of singing past the microphone and you're trying to emote, but at the same time feeling restricted in your ability to actually emote and give the song the energy that it deserves because you're having to focus on like reading and hearing in the mic, all while being in studio and trying to figure it out, right? So comping and memorization to me is going to be the fastest way for you to get the emotion that you're looking for. Because that's the only thing that I hear in these verses. Like most of the production and actual mix, I think is pretty decent. Like y'all are doing some really cool stuff. And like I said, hook is gold. There's a lot that I think y'all are doing really, really well. I don't know if I feel the emotion in the verses because of the phrasing and because of the actual emoting of that vocal. And I want to feel it, right? Like when we're talking about like the way people are treating us, when we're talking about heartbreak or like dismissal and rejection and whatever it may be, that to me is like, I gotta feel that. I gotta know where that's coming from. I need to be like put in your shoes as the artist. That's especially in rock, right? Especially in rock. If this was like an EDM record, there's a different kind of profile and a different aesthetic to the way that vocal could be performed. This is a rock record. It should be a little bit raw. That to me is like one of my things that I think I would address. Maybe even retrack. That's up to y'all and y'all's capacity to be able to track on your own and stuff like that. But maybe even retrack the verses to get a little bit more, frustration, a little bit more emotion that I think would be really, really valuable for a record like this. Okay, let me push forward now. I think that kind of covers the whole song. So I think those couple things we're talking about there to me kind of they build out kind of the most most of the structure there. But so now I think we should be able to move through the rest of the song pretty quickly. But that's what I want to cover.
You take me right back to reality.
Got you, retry. Got you.
So much for always fucking choosing me. Instead, you choose to lie right through your teeth.
Especially that line, like that line should have some bite to it. You know what I mean? Like, that's like what Daniel said is perfect. Like, have a picture of them right there, or like watch a video that makes, like, anything. Like, watch a video that makes you mad right before, like, whatever it be. Like, I don't know what it could be. Literally anything. Like, you know, like get into the emotion. Again, in this case, it's not your vocal, but like get into the emotion of it, because when you're talking, like, even especially, I mean, it sounds funny, but even when you're using like expletives and stuff like that, like I want to feel like you're saying that to me. Like I want it to feel like you're cussing me out, right? You know, like as a listener to the song, I want to get into that energy. If you're doing shows, I want to be able to get into that energy. And so I think that's why to me, it's a really important point.
Choosing me. Instead, you choose to lie right through your teeth. Did you enjoy the way you made me feel? You never even gave me time.
I'll listen for it fresh.
You know your feelings, they were never real. The whole relationship was too surreal.
Production's really cool.
In this cycle, it is vital to hide away my pain and throw it all away. In this cycle,
It really is. You're talking about the hats, right? You're talking about the 16ths on the hats right there. I can hear them. I think they're doing, if that's what you're talking about, I can hear that. The other thing, I mean, here's an easy addition to that. You're doing live production, right? But you can also add to that. A tambourine at 16ths would be perfect too, right? You can have the 16ths there and then have like a stereo mic on a tambourine to give you kind of the same accent, and it might help support the drums if like the velocity of hits is like too soft on someone. It doesn't feel like the same 16ths that you're looking for. Add in a shaker, add in a tambourine that amplifies that a little bit. There's ways you can support it better if you want. I hear it and I think it sounds great. If you just stylistically you want more, then there's ways that you can add that as well. You can add in another hi-hat on the right side. It's a little bit pan left because of the overheads. There's definitely ways that you can kind of amplify that if you want to. Tambourines and shakers are a great way to kind of counteract that.
You seem to like the way it felt.
Like, you know, it seemed to like the way it felt. Like I want to, you know, I want to feel it in my soul. You know, like I want to feel a little bit more of that energy right there. And right now, and again, it's a good vocal. I mean, she's obviously a very, very talented vocalist. Like her voice is very clean. It's very clear, good projection, but it's very, and then like the way I felt. Da, 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 da. Is very right there. And again, good pitch control, good breath control and stuff like that. But I want to feel a little bit more of the angst. Yeah, even 100% Avril. Yep, 100%. Yeah, take some influences from that and just lean in a little bit. Lean in just a little bit.
You change my plans just to suit yourself. Running around.
What are you fuzzing up the bass with? That's really, I really do like the bass tone too. I mean, there's a lot of this I really, really like. Let me skip forward a little bit. Let's get into this last section here. But yeah, it's a great song structure. It's very, very catchy. Good doubles, good positioning there. Good guitar tone. Here, is strictly personal preference. This doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what's like right or wrong in this mix. I would bias towards the so there's stacks. Throw it all away, throw it all away. Love that. I think that's a good loop. It's a good tag in the bridge right here. Don't mind that one bit. I personally would bias more towards the low octave of that. Throw it all away, throw it all away. Oh, throw it all away, throw it all away. Then the throw it all away. I think the high octave over where the lead vocal sits, which is lower than that high octave, it can get grating over the long term, right? Just because it's already like a fifth higher than the vocal is right there in the middle. I would rather support the lower octave and have this throw it all away, throw it all away. Oh, throw it all away, throw it. I like have that energy right there. The lower octave to me, it speaks to like the restraint, right? It has a little bit more like, I think like just depth to it lower than the higher, like more choral elements at the top. So honestly, what you could just do is like those, you have a low octave doubled low, or you have a low octave low. I don't know if it's doubled. I think it's a low octave underneath the vocal. And then you have the high octave doubled out on each side, left and right. I would, in my opinion, I would almost like switch that. Or if anything, just turn those back by like, turn those down by like, let's say 3 to 4 dB, and then double the low octave, push that up by 3 or 4 dB to get a little bit more energy out of those. That way that low octave gets a little bit more weight, because I would rather, I don't want this part to necessarily feel like bright and airy. I kind of want it to feel like dark and heavy, because that's kind of that's what is being sung. Same thing we were talking about emotion, emoting and stuff like that. It should feel like a little darker and heavier, I feel. And so, yeah, spooky kind of, right? Like, throw it all away. Like, it should be very anthemic. And I like the lower octave for stuff like that. And you could even get like the whole band singing that, get some gang vocals, right? Just throw it all away. Like all of y'all, like put a mic in the middle of the room, everybody back off the mic and spread around and just start singing it in whatever octave sounds fun. Do some gang vocals there or something like that, and then mix that in there. But it's less like in perfect pitch, right in line, dramatically, artificially pushed left and right. It just feels more dramatic as opposed to like natural and energetic in the middle there. So that quick little like nugget right in there. Yeah, gang vocals over some drum fills every day, all day.
And throw it all away.
Even I also wouldn't mind gang vocals even on some of these accents here. Way, like it'd be kind of nice to have just like the band, yelling out some of these lines in the background. I think it could be really nice, because again, right now we're dealing with strict doubles of the vocal that are perfectly in pitch with each other, perfectly lined up with each other. Nothing wrong with that, but I think it could use some support. I know I'm throwing a lot at y'all as well. We need more yelling. We need more yelling. You know what your song needs? More yelling. It's funny, but very true. More pain. It's so funny. Everything I'm saying, like this should sound painful for all of y'all to do. More yelling, more pain, more tension. Y'all could get a little more depressed. Like, watch a sad video before. I feel like all the advice is like really dark. So take that with a grain of salt. Whatever. Okay. Call the ex right before. No, take all this with a grain of salt. But also, it can be, notes. You're like taking notes. You're like, okay. Make lead singer angry before last hook. All right, let's get into this. We need to look through photos of your ex and yell a lot. I mean, it's funny, but quite literally, that's what it takes. Like, it's so funny. And it's interesting when you're writing songs. Like, it's like so many times that I've been in writing rooms, or I've been even like writing some of my own stuff where I quite literally have to put myself there. Like, I have to I need to feel it. I need to go watch a video. I need to go to pictures. I need to feel some of this tension in order to be in the mindset that I'm not just reading. I'm not just scripting the song, but I am like doing it with it. So it's funny. Like, it's a joke, on here, but at the same time, it's like, it's valid. It's valid. But I do think gang vocals, stack of vocals in the background on some of like the ending lines of your like A and B section of the hook, I think would be gorgeous. McKay, welcome in. McKay, I've already got you up there. Let me see where you're at, because I think I can rearrange these. Let me see real quick. I can. I got you, McKay. I got you. Thank you for tapping in, man. I appreciate you a lot. Welcome back. I got you on the board. Like maybe double here, and then third. Like I want them to be like out of tune. Like, it's so pristine that it pulls you out of the emotion. I want it to be like out of tune. I just want some vocals in the background yelling, doing stuff, right? Just get 5 people on a mic in the middle of the room, dancing around. It'll have a change in energy. It'll feel wide. It'll feel powerful. It'll feel interesting. Yeah, get some gang vocals in there. I think it'll be awesome. Drum structure, bass structure sounds great. Guitar tone, I think, is great. It's fuzzy and gritty, but not overwhelming. I think it serves the genre really, really well. Like I know I'm talking about a lot of things, but the vast majority of what I hear, I really, really like. I can really appreciate what it's doing. For me, this is largely going to come down to how you approach vocals, and you being the band in this case, how you approach vocals, and then balance those things kind of in the end. Y'all, please show some incredible love to Impulse Red. The song is called Stuck in a Loop. I know, and I also, take some of this with a grain of salt as well, knowing that you are like looking about like, I want like a final little thing before we get, before it gets sent to mastering. you don't have to have an expectation of redoing everything. I try to preface it all. I really, speaking for myself, I really, really care about the song. So like I will tell everyone to redo everything. I don't care if it takes you another year to finish the song. I tell everybody, redo it. You're not happy with your vocal, redo it, because then you'll never be happy with it. You're gonna hate the song 3 weeks after you release it. If you already feel like there's some tension in like in the way that you're like, oh, I think this is cool, but it needs some help. And then you release it and you're like, oh, we could have done better. And then what will happen inevitably is something won't go perfectly. Maybe it doesn't get a lot of streams right away. Your posts aren't doing that well. And then you keep kind of looking back and you're like, is the reason why it's not doing well because of those things that I was already frustrated about? And then you get in this like never ending loop of like frustration with your art and with your craft. So I'm always a fan of redo it so that you just know that you are putting forth the best possible product every time, right? And by product, I just mean your music, your art. Like that way you're like, you know what? I did the best that I possibly could with the information that I had at that time. We nailed it. And then we move on to the next one. If I hit it in 10 years, who cares? Every artist does. Like I dislike most of the stuff that I've ever done just because I creatively have moved on to something else. So old stuff feels weird and cringe kind of, so you're always going to have, stuff like that. But I do think if you are able to retrack at least verses maybe, and then track some like gang vocals and maybe some different emoting on the hook as well, I think it's going to be in a really, really great space. Miranda, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Curious, what would the balance be between redoing something and an unhealthy expecting perfection? I think it depends on context. It really, really does. And it really just depends on the artist and the weight that decision holds, right? So I run into this all the time. Sometimes I'll be like tracking an electric guitar, right? I'm tracking an electric guitar and I've got it tucked into the background and there's a little bit of like a squeal on the fretboard, or there's like something kind of weird there. And I'm like, I could retrack that, or it's kind of just vibe. It's kind of just texture. It's kind of just human music. And I leave it in there, or I notch it out a little bit, or I automate the volume and, so it's not as obvious, or there's like a vocal in there. It's like a little bit out of tune. And I'm like, what is the weight? This is artist by artist, session by session. Like, what is the weight that I put on this one vocal line being perfect? Is the phrasing and the emotion really, really good? So the phrasing and the emotion is really, really good. And I could just correct it in Melodyne. Like I could, let me just drag that up into place and it'll be fine. Or is the pitch so far off and I'm going to start hearing all this formant shifting and stuff like that if I do correct it with Autotune or Melodyne or something like that. And then there's no fixing it. Like if there's an issue that is like structural to the emotion you're trying to portray, I would redo it like kind of every time, right? But if there's something that's like a technical thing that there's a fairly easy like fix, then I feel like some things you just let slide. But I think it's really track by track. Personally not here to make a perfect song. Music is just vibration that create feel. Yeah, I agree. There is no perfect song, right? Like there is no perfect way to make music. So to me, it just like is the issue that is your pain point that you're dealing with that you think might need correction. Does it add energy to the song, or is it actually distracting from the natural energy of the song? That is those good vibrations, those good feelings, right? So to me, it just comes down, is me not redoing this additive or is it subtractive? And is it going to draw attention to the mistake, or is that mistake baked into a structure that feels really organic that people are going to like have some level of like adoration for, right? It's gonna feel very like, what would you call it? Like, not adjourning. What am I talking about? Endearing. Endearing is you know what I mean? Like sometimes like the flaws in the music, like the squeal of guitar feedback coming from the Marshall stack on an 80s rock record, that's like an issue. It's feedback loops, but it's also energy. Like we could just crossfade that out, I guess. But like, it's also something you want there because it's additive in that case, right? Like that mistake, like someone's voice breaks a little bit in a fry scream. Like, I mean, obviously like, man, like listen to like, I mean, there's so like, listen to like early Linkin Park, you'll hear these like beautiful fry screams, obviously RIP, but like you'll listen to these like beautiful fry screams and they have breaks and wavers in them. Yeah, you could retract that, but it shows pain. It shows like tension and stuff like that, right? So it's like, I think it really just depends on, is the mistake that you feel like is kind of a outlier to the song structure, is it additive and it actually gives you something you want, or is it something like, this is actually distracting from other things I like? Okay, let's keep it moving. A quick reminder, y'all, if you want to submit, everything's at my profile if you click on the link, so on and so on. And those are the pieces that prove that it was a human made as a human listening. Yep, yeah, totally. Happy little accents. Facts, Aaron. 100%. 100%. You're correct. All right, let's keep it going. I might do a couple extra bonus, songs. We'll just kind of see where I'm at the end of the night here. I'm trying to move it. I'm actually moving I'll be honest, I'm moving at a decent pace. I'm not mad. We all here, we all new to this honesty, the advice for this. It means a lot. I'm so glad, Katie. And thank you for your patience. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I would love to hear more from y'all in the future. So grateful for your presence here in the stream. Let's get into this next track here. Let me see where we got Ben in the building. Ben in the building. Ben, hop in the chat. Hop in the chat. Ben Lucas right here. I've got the email. I'm going to read through this really quick. And we'll keep it flowing. You can be next if you want to be, McKay, but that's up to you. There's multiple people waiting for days. There's Ben. I see you over on the red app. Thank you for tapping in, man. Yeah, multiple, like Katie's been waiting for like 5 days. Katie had been waiting for like 5 days. She came in today. No, she's up there. So you can go faster if you want to. That's up to you. No pressure. Yeah, there's a bunch of people. Like I sometimes, and again, this is out of my control. This is depending on the algorithm. It's depending on who happens to have completed a revision on a song. And sometimes, 8 people come in, 8 people get heard. And sometimes like a couple days ago and today, 25 people come in and 14 get heard because I can't be on all night and I have to kind of save a couple, right? So it just depends. It just depends on when people come in and stuff like that. Yeah, I wasn't making sure I wasn't. I got to make dinner. That's all. Yeah, and also just check the line. So you got time. Even just currently standing, you have like probably an hour and a half. And then let me see. And let me see. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me just get this updated. It's on the other platforms that we're live on. So go to if you go to my profile and click on the link there. We're live on 2 other platforms as well. So the red app and the purple app. I just can't say their names on here too much because TikTok gets annoyed. On those platforms, the live is always on. The line is always up. So you can always see how many tracks we have left. You can see the minimum to get on. You can see everybody in line in your position. If you're not in that line right there, it just means you're probably farther down. But yeah, it's always up there. Yeah, exactly. You got to draw it out. Their AI is pretty good. All right, Ben, let me read through this really quick, and then we'll keep things flowing. But really quick, K Brown, I got you as well. I already have the song pulled up, so I'm going to get you in line. K Brown, let me know where you're at in the chat. I want to make sure I get the right name there as well. I appreciate you so much. And then you'll be boosted after this one. I just already have I don't like pulling up the track and then stopping reading through their stuff. That's KC. Beautiful. I got you. Do you want KC up on the board? Absolutely. 100%, Krista. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I got you. That's the 25, right? Just making sure it's the right person. Yeah, I'll never listen without you. I'll always make sure that you're here. I'll always make sure that you're present right here in the chat. So if I ever call your name or you're next in line and you're not in here, I'll always make sure to save that credit, put it on my list, and that way the next time you hop in, just like Katie today, the song we just listened to, she came in like 4 or 5 days ago and, was able to hop straight on the board today and got heard this time. So let me get Casey up there. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. But yeah, you never have to worry about missing it. And also too, even if your Wi-Fi goes out in the middle of a breakdown, the whole entire live stream is saved to the red app as well. Yeah. You can boost at any time. All of the people that are going next, that are skipping forward, they're all boosting. They all are getting tired of waiting, and then they end up just moving forward. Yeah, I got you, McKay. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, you're still on my list. I still have that extra 5 for you, so you don't have to worry about missing that. So you still have 20 on the board, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for tapping back in. If you're up when I call the name, then I'll save it. If not, we'll run it. All right, Casey, I got you. And then Nova, you can anybody can. The board is completely modular. You can move at any point if you want to. You can go higher if you want to. You can add another song. You can kind of do whatever. All right, let me go ahead and run this Ben track. I'm going to read through this email and then we'll get into it. Let me see. And I got you, Danielle. I got you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, Let me see you, bro. And then I got an email here. Perfect. Okay, let me get into this. I forgot to include some info on the track. I've been traveling down to Nashville from my hometown of Columbus, Ohio, once a year or so to record since 2021. I'll Be Waiting, the name of the song, is my 18th and most recent track of a catalog of cover tunes and originals that have been written for me by some amazing music friends of mine. All produced by my producer, Dave Bechtel, I think, or Bechtel, maybe. I think Bechtel. Unless that's just rearranged. Every one of my tracks features all real studio musicians. I included the full credits for the song in a graphic in my previous email. I'll Be Waiting is an original tune that brings the best of big band and a love song all in one. Music and lyrics by Gary and Linda Sclafani, arranged by Robert E. Nugent. I, as well as the many who have been supporting me, have spent a fortune these past 5 years. I get it. Creating all of my recordings. A good buddy of mine in Charlotte has been helping me promote. However, I am still waiting for one of my tunes to really take off. I am struggling to know where to go next. And if I should keep doing what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Beautiful breakdown. I appreciate that. Got you, Aaron. Let me get you updated too. I appreciate that breakdown. And what a Nova, I got you, man. Thank you so much. What a relatable email. I know that feeling all too well. I know many different people that have spent, to be honest with you, tens of thousands of dollars on their music career, on producers, on session musicians, on, high quality engineers, on studio time in Nashville, on whatever it may be, right? And are still like, I've got 500 monthly listeners. What do I do? There's usually some missing pieces of connection that we can get into, that I think can be really valuable. So it's not all talent. Some of it is translation, right? Like, I think that's something that I'm still trying to figure out for myself. I don't really do my music a lot, especially these days. I'm just working a ton, which is great, but I don't really do a lot of my own music. But it can be very challenging to have the time, the energy, and the resource to have enough time to find all of the little nuances of how to translate what you're doing. Not just be talented. There's a lot of talented people. There are a lot of incredible writers and incredible musicians and decently talented engineers and mastering engineers and great studios. And there's a lot of people that have bought Neumanns that you can go record with. Like, there's a lot of people that do these things, right? But it's not just talent. It's the ability to take that talent, structure it well, and translate that to people that want to hear it. That is the missing piece for most people. And it's not just buying ads. it's making it stick. So we can definitely talk about that a bit as well. Let's get this track pulled up. That's the JPEG. And then I've got the Spotify here. Okay, this is I'll Be Waiting by Ben Lucas. And I'm going to get Nova and Aaron, I'm going to get you updated right now as well. I appreciate y'all with those boosts as well. Let me get this pushed. Why is it doing that? Spotify, come on, get your shit together. There we go.
I'll be waiting, anticipating when you come walking through that door.
That's your voice?
And hold me like you did before. I'll be waiting and contemplating. Maybe it can be just like
Silky,
before.
silky.
Hoping I'm the one that you adore. I'll be waiting. There's no debating that I will love you even more than all your dreams worth living for. I'll be waiting and contemplating how I'm gonna spend my life with you. Hoping you're the one to say I do. 'Cause I love you, I really do, honey. Pray my wish comes true, that you would feel the same way that I do. Hey, woo!
This is beautiful, man. This is beautiful. Come on. Come on. Come on. Y'all show some love. Goodness gracious. All right. That is Ben Lucas. Dude, this is so incredibly just formatted, structured. Your vocals nuts. Production structure, beautiful. This is like movie intro. Like this reminds me of like like late 90s, early 2000s, like New York, like rom-com intro. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's footage of like New York City with the snow. Like it's like I feel like I can see it. I feel like I can see it. Where's Senko? Very talented, man. Incredibly talented. Y'all, that the song is out. The song is on all platforms. It is absolutely everywhere. The song is called I'll Be Waiting by Ben Lucas. Go stream it, go add it to your playlist, go, like the track, go follow on Spotify. You do have 13,000. I'm going to go to your Spotify here really quick. You do have 13,000 monthly listeners, which is not at all nothing. You do have some pretty good movement there as far as your monthlies go. I understand what you're talking about though, and just kind of the discrepancy and effort, quality, time, and input versus what you're getting out of it. In this case, it looks like probably even those monthlies are kind of reliant on maybe a couple older songs that I've taken off a little bit more. Let's Dance, Relentless, Living in a Different World, that have probably gotten picked up by more major playlists or gotten small placements and stuff like that, where those have seen a little bit of a lift, but nothing that has quite launched you and then just really gotten you the movement that you're looking for. You can talk to me a little bit about that as well. Like if that's a part of that puzzle, if there has been some like small placement and stuff like that that's giving you a little bit of that movement. But let's get into it, man. I want to run the song back from the top. We're gonna dive into some details here. This is really beautifully structured. So let's run it from the top. This is I'll Be Waiting by Ben Lucas. Yeah, man, you should be incredibly proud of this. Great musicianship, great vocal structure.
I'll be waiting, anticipating when you come walking through that door and hold me like you did before. I'll be waiting and contemplating. Maybe it can be just like before. Hoping I'm the one that you adore.
I'm going to back it up a little bit. I really want to dig into this. What are you doing right now, Ben, as far as getting this out there? Like as are you, and I'm on TikTok Studio here, so I don't have a ton of capacity to like bounce around a ton. Are you promoting things? Are you seeking out commercial placements? Are you performing a lot? Are you stuff like that? Talk me through a little bit about like what is kind of the underline for how you are currently trying to get stuff, or are you just kind of relying on social media? Has that worked in a certain capacity? Yes, to everything you said so far, totally hitting the nail on the head. We've had some awesome milestones so far. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, talk me through a little bit about like what you are kind of doing right now as far as getting it out there, because I think that'll give me some context as to where Fuzzy, thank you for the follow, as far as maybe what pain points aren't, like what gears aren't going for you right now, and maybe some ways to lean into some of those deficits in the way that you're getting your music out there. But as far as like quality goes, structure goes, like what the music is, it's absolutely gorgeous. It can be challenging sometimes with music like this to find the exposure and, without like random things happening, like some random person goes on, America's Got Talent. They don't look the way you thought, like, silly situations like that. Like it can, it can be challenging with stuff like this to connect it to the right vein, right? Whether it's a commercial vein and you're trying to lean into that, whether it's like a bigger platforms, bigger stages and stuff like that. Like it can be difficult to like, how do I direct an audience to me somehow without without like going into a world that feels very abnormal to you, whether it's like the social media marketing world and like skits and like random like faking content and stuff like that. Like it can be challenging. So I want to hear like kind of what you are doing currently and what has led to that 13,000 outside of, I know you mentioned some of the things before. Like you said, probably like small placements and radio play, maybe some like serious stuff that's taken like satellite radio. I mean, serious stuff that's taken off a little bit and you got a little bit more exposure that way. But what do you feel like is the deficit there?
You did before. I'll be waiting, anticipating when you come walking through that door and hold me like you did before. I'll be waiting and contemplating. Maybe it can be just like before. Hoping I'm the one that you adore.
Beautiful brass work. I worked with Courage Studios in Charlotte for playlist placement, which has helped with the monthly listeners and streams during the holidays. My Christmas tunes get FM network airplay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Here's the thing. So I work with a couple artists now, and just I've consulted with a ton of people that are in kind of like a similar position, that they are working with networks and agencies and labels and stuff like that, and even just other like studio organizations to get placement, like to get playlist placement. And what happens is playlists are passive, right? So even like a lot of the holiday stuff that you're talking about, the playlists are passive. So what happens is you get these huge peaks and valleys. A good placement leads to you randomly being at 48,000 monthly listeners. And then all of a sudden a week passes and you get knocked out of that playlist and out of that placement, and your monthly listeners a week later are back down to like 9,000, 15,000, whatever it may be, right? And then you get another great placement from an editorial. And I've had a couple experiences with editorial playlists myself. I get 20,000 streams from that track. It's in there for 4 days and it gets kicked out. And all of a sudden my monthly listeners are back to 180 people, right? And so you kind of get into this weird peaks and valleys thing where people are finding you through these placements or like through these playlists, but they're not necessarily engaging with you as an artist. So there's still a deficit between the connection between you and the people that are streaming your music. So percentages are going out to, or fees are going out to people to get, numbers. So it's kind of padded a little bit, you know what I mean? Like you're seeing streams go up, you're seeing decent monthly listeners, but not necessarily seeing like a really good, you're not seeing like a good return on that, right? Of people that stick, of people that consistently engage, just because it's the peaks and valleys are really broad. You get 150,000 streams on a song, and then you have another one that has 30,000 streams because there's not a lot of people. And in fact, I can check this too. If I go here, yeah, 783 followers, right? Just to like give you a perspective, because I don't, being an artist myself is not the priority of my business. This is not something that I lean into. Just to like, I have like, I think like 280 or maybe 300 something followers on my Spotify, right? And I have like 100 monthly listeners right now because I don't post music. I don't work on that. And so like, to give you perspective, you have songs with hundreds of thousands of streams, right? 170, 180, 150,000 streams and only 783 followers. Those people haven't stuck, right? They've listened passively. They've kind of padded the numbers in a way. They've given you some level of exposure passively, but it hasn't stuck. They're not necessarily fans of you. The missing piece is that connection. I perform live here in Columbus as well with both smaller combos and big bands. I've yet to be able to reach anyone with Sirius XM, which is a big goal. Yeah, and I can pay really well too. Sirius can definitely pay. Same goes for Spotify editorial, which I also haven't been able to get onto. That's a roulette. Spotify editorial is roulette. I've had, I think, 2 Spotify editorial playlist placements. Both were for songs that were already out for over a year. One song had been already out for 2 years before it randomly got added to a editorial playlist that had like 350,000 or 450,000 followers to that playlist. Song got 20,000 streams in like 3 days, and then dropped back off, and then it moved on right to another one. So like the editorial is gonna be fine, but it's roulette, right? Like again, these songs, they weren't random. It wasn't a viral post. It wasn't because I reached out to someone. It wasn't because I pitched it, because that would have happened a long time ago. It happened 2 years after I released the song, and I posted a clip, just random clip 2 years later of me like lip syncing it, like standing behind some storage units because I was cleaning them out. And I said, hey, I told my wife, I was like, hey, record me for a second. I'm gonna make some stupid video. I literally I posted this stupid video, got 600 views. One of those people in that 600 views added me to an editorial playlist because I hadn't posted the song in years. Randomly posted it. The next day it was on a playlist. I got 20,000 streams and we moved on. Like, it's so random. It's such a roulette. I've had better streams from Submit Hub than Spotify editorial. 100%. Like, it's just random. It's very random. It's very shot in the dark. It's very, very, very shot in the dark. He says, sync licensing for Hallmark, Lifetime, Netflix is also a goal. However, we haven't totally figured out how to go about that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of nuance there. You probably just need to get someone on your side to help with like the pitching process. You need to be like pitching to publishers. You need to be pitching to houses. You need to be cold emailing a bunch of different people. And we have some people that have some connections in that space that have like all of the sync stuff that I've done have just been through connection. It's been through, I'm working with the producer and they're getting a great deal. They brought me onto 2 libraries, and that library now brings me on to like track rock vocals for them every once in a while for like a couple of their albums that they're pitching to ESPN and Fox and stuff like that. So it really just like, it's really, really, it can be very random, but you do need to get like people on your side to be able to pitch it, because it's not the discovery wheel is not really polished when it comes to like finding sync placements. Like, it's very rare that like it's like the way that it happened for like the Duffer Brothers or whatever with like Stranger Things, where they just like found a synthwave group playing in some bar and said, hey, you should do the soundtrack to our show. Next thing you know, there's 5 seasons deep into one of the biggest shows of all time. So like that discovery is very rare. So I think if you're going for sync, if you're going for placement, if you're wanting to dig into like placement, even like with like satellite radio and like Sirius and stuff like that, everyone that I know that's ever had any success with that, they have someone on their team that is the middleman to connect their music to all of those different mediums that they work with exclusively. I don't have anyone that does that for me. I'm just, again, my personal artistry is not the thing that I focus on, at least currently. I want it to be. But that to me is kind of a different world. What I would suggest though, like, again, when I see the gap right here, when I see the gap in the actual streaming monthly listeners and then followers, that to me is the most valuable gap here, right? That's the most valuable gap, because people aren't sticking. So what I'm kind of curious of, really quick, what's your, I'll just do this for a second. What is it Ben Lucas? Do you have a TikTok, Ben? Is that where you came in through? Okay, that'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. I mean, you could. This is zero about skill and polish and quality, right? This is just about, okay, I'm gonna look it up. This is like, skill is there, the quality is there, the musicianship is there, not worried about it. So like that side of things, I have zero doubts that you have the capacity to execute at scale. Yeah, okay, I got you. So this is, let me follow you back right here. And you might be very much so like, I'm not active with that really right now. Same username. Okay. So like, this is what I'm seeing here. So you have this promoted post, right? I have reels for all my tunes. Right. Was this one a promoted post, right? And then let me see. Just kind of looking at a couple things here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think this gives me a fairly good idea. Yeah, for the newest. Okay, that makes sense, right? That's where you're getting a huge boost in exposure while maintaining a lower follower base. This is the same thing as the placement, Spotify playlist placement and big boost in streams, low connection, right? Here's what I'm like seeing here. I'm seeing all of these. I'm just kind of like going, like skimming through the post right here, right? And this to me is like, this is the most valuable lesson in all of this. the vast majority, right? Vast majority of these posts. And again, speaking from someone, I don't have a million followers, right? I'm just, we have my wife's in my company. We work with social media managers and we work in that realm quite a bit. So I'm not speaking from some place of having figured it personally out for my page, but just based on what I understand and being in this industry, working with tons of artists and working with the other compartments of our business where we do have social media management and stuff like that. What I'm looking at here is the vast majority of these posts either just being the artwork itself or being highly, highly curated, right? And like, so very, very curated 4K drone footage, very, very high quality posts. And then on the other side of that, maybe just the artwork itself with some of the audio from it saying, like from DistroKid, basically, like, this is out on all platforms, please go stream it. And, anywhere from like 250 to 800 views is probably average. 250 to 700, 250 to 800 views is probably average. And then you post a pretty like raw video. Like, this is not a great quality video, right? Kind of random, like it's cropped the other way. You have to zoom in on the other side. It's a little bit farther away, but it's you doing your thing. 10,000 views. You scroll up a little bit here. You've got just you in a room, like iPhone footage, playing, someone playing the guitar and you singing the song. Very raw, very organic, just you there doing your thing. Almost 3,000 views, right? So you're seeing like a gap and like over, and then again, this is just comes down to how are people connecting to me? Like how do people want to see me? How do I connect with them? And what I see even just in like 45 seconds of like looking through your page, outside of promoted content, that is forced into the algorithm, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Outside of that being kind of forced into the algorithm for people to engage in, which then you get a very low engagement rate, right? 150,000 people saw, very low engagement rate for the post itself. When you start dealing with that, same thing with your Spotify, hundreds of thousands of streams, 783 followers, hundreds of thousands of views on promoted posts, 12 comments, you start to see this gap between it. People aren't connecting. They need to connect with you. And then you go into like your actual post here and you see what's happening and you see these really like raw, pretty organic, like natural posts that have 3,000, 7,000, 12,000 views and actual engagement and, 70 to 200 likes. Like you have people actually engaging with the content. That to me is a sign that people want to connect to you more, not just the aesthetic and like the overproduced aesthetic. That to me is kind of like, that's a kind of like a blaring alarm that people aren't engaging with overproduced content from you. And this is not a negative thing. For someone else, they might, right? A different artist, like there's an artist on here called Citizen the Artist. He's a cinematographer. He's been a cinematographer for years. So he used that to make really interesting content. And now he's blown up like crazy, gets millions and millions and millions of streams, right? And so he's used that and it's worked for him. For a lot of other people, that 4K, really high quality, overproduced content doesn't work very well, especially on a very fast moving platform like this. That might work maybe better on Instagram, which is a slightly slower pace. So what I'm seeing is like, at least on TikTok, I would not give your algorithm any false signals. So on TikTok, there's no like algorithmic signals on TikTok for just cover work, right? Like cover artwork of like, here's my song, go stream it, stuff like that. It doesn't engage, right? And you'll see that in your post. It doesn't engage because that's not what people are on TikTok for. They're not, they don't know you yet, right? Which is, again, that's our goal. They don't know you yet. And so they need to know you, trust you, hear you, see you. And so when you have posts on there, especially when the algorithmic, gods are looking at what you're doing, when you have posts on there that end up being really, really low engagement, that are more advertisements, not necessarily entertainment on an entertainment platform in some form, or some like informational entertainment, whatever it may be, I really feel like people will connect more if you really just go back to like, I would be curious because you have a couple of these raw videos on there. I would do some tests. To me, this is the best way. This is the way I've always done it whenever I've gotten any traction for my personal music, or what, us or our company has done when we're working and trying to get other people traction. To me, it's like, it really just comes down to finding what works and then lean in. What I'm seeing on your page is that the raw stuff works. The raw, at least to a much higher capacity than the fully produced stuff. So what I would do is, okay, that video got 3,000 views. So for the next month, I would promote maybe even the same song, right? Like, maybe a couple different songs, but maybe even the same song, because I've seen this work too. And get a guitarist next to you, like that one right there. And with an iPhone, you and a guitarist, maybe even raw, like maybe not plugged into anything at all. Your raw vocal, a guitarist, maybe pick 2 or 3 of your songs and record 30 pieces of content and do that content every day. I can almost assure you, with how good you are and how good, how much potential you have with the musicians around you, that alone would get you more traction for what you're doing than all of the time, effort, and chopping that comes with the highly produced stuff. Because I'm just seeing that it's not connecting. And so So if there's like any general advice, your music's amazing. I'm literally not worried at all about your music. I think your music is phenomenal. But for me, what connects is different for everybody. Like the reason why someone's going to listen to my music, the reason why someone's going to listen to your music and connect with it, the reason why they're going to listen to Aaron or Retrack or Ankle and Nicole and Danielle is going to be different. The reason why they find you, what they like about you, is going to be different. So if something doesn't work and you've done it at scale at some level, pivot to something that's a little bit different. And once you see like a couple different things that like they tick up, like I see 3 videos with multiple thousands of views amongst a sea of 200s and 400s and 700s and 800s. And I see a couple little things pop up at 8,000, 10,000, 7,000, 3,000. That to me is a sign. And every single one of those videos were raw, right? So that's my like loose advice. If the pain point is connection, that's because there's no way to like, there's very few ways to like force yourself into like favor with people. They've got to be able to like, know you and understand you a little bit more. I hope that's somewhat helpful. I'm going to listen kind of like the outro of the song here just really quick in order to just kind of get a hear of this last little part. I hope that's loosely helpful. Hopefully that gives you some, at least get your wheels, like your creative wheels spinning. Because I just know creatives, we get stuck in a rut. We get stuck in a rut where we're like, this is what worked for someone. This is what, or the label's telling me to do this. Like, man, the label's like the label wants to spend $25,000 on a video shoot. So that's what we're going to do. And like, this is what's working. And this is what they're saying is going to happen. And then you try it and it just doesn't work. And you feel like you're going up against a brick wall. And it's because for whatever reason, there's no magic to it. For whatever reason, that's not what people are drawn to when they encounter your personality, your content. And so I would just find what feels natural, find what you think you can execute at scale and do it for a time, get a month, maybe say April, you've got, 2 weeks to batch a bunch of recordings, a bunch of content. And then for April, you're going to trial and you're going to try these forms of content. You're going to try to be a little bit more raw, a little bit more personable, allow people to connect with you as an artist. And in all of April, every single day on every single platform, you're blasting media. And after that, you can reassess. But I really do think it takes some trialing at scale and some pivoting to make sure that you're connecting.
Underneath the stars and holding you.
And to full circle, if you want more natural playlists, right? Not paid, not through a label, not through an agency. If you want more natural playlists that stick and garner you new fans in this genre, if you want more sync placements, if you want more eyes and ears on what you're doing, you need the real connection. You can't force it, right? Because you need real people to encounter you in the wild and connect with what you're doing, and grow that follower base even on Spotify, because it works the same, right? All of the things that you have on Spotify are signals to their algorithm. If people are coming across you randomly and following, which means that they want to be notified of all of your releases. Someone comes and finds your music and they say, I want to hear all of the next ones, right? Like that when you hit follow on Spotify, you are now, I want to say it's like it naturally added to library. You get all of these triggers to their algorithm when you follow on Spotify that tells people that I want to engage with all of their music. I'm not passively listening. So if you are getting lots of streams and no engagement with your profile, that's a signal to Spotify that they're not going to push things, right? Because they're seeing corporate engagement. They're seeing playlist, adding an engagement, but they're not actually seeing any personal paid member engagement with their stuff. They want people spending $15 a month to engage with your stuff, not a playlist that's passive, right? So I think that's really important that you do focus on getting those people engaged with what you're doing. Okay, I'm ranting. Yes, 100%. 100%.
and contemplating. This can be the life we've waited for. 'Cause darling, you're the one that I adore forevermore.
Beautiful, dude. Beautiful. Like, come on. Like, come on. Like, so yeah, like to alleviate any second guessing. I mean, the music's there. The music is there. There's not a single question about that. It's all extremely helpful. I'm so glad. I know I can tend to spiral and just start saying stuff, but I do genuinely hope it's helpful. Do you think it is worth trying to reach out to smaller record labels and other playlists, sync licensing, etc., to submit my catalog? I think, like, yes, to me it's kind of a little bit of all of the above. I would not do that. Yes, your voice is there. Yeah, dude, it's all there. This could be in a movie tomorrow. This could be on the radio tomorrow. The quality's there. Don't second guess it for a second. Don't second guess it for a second. It is absolutely there. And I've heard one song, right? But like, from what I'm hearing here, this feels polished. It feels professional. It feels very, very well structured. I'm loving everything that I'm hearing. So for me, if that's out of the way, and we're like, okay, we know we can execute at scale. For me, it's all of the above, right? Yes, send your music to people. Yes, contact, sync agents and libraries, and cold email 100 people a week, and like do all of that stuff. But I would not, and other people might have a different perspective on this. I'm not positive, but I wouldn't do that at the expense of the connection. Because even still, if this song randomly gets into the background of a show, right? Like, if you randomly, exactly, don't give away 50% to a label when you're not making the money and streams that you want right away, right? Exactly. Right now, you have, to just break it down honestly, right? Just like take all the practicality and put that at the forefront. You have 208 followers on TikTok, right? You have 783, I think, followers on Spotify. You have no leverage, right? Unfortunately, for how talented you are, you have no leverage. So anyone who's working with you right now is taking more from you than you're getting out of it, right? And anybody, right? Because you don't have the leverage yet. So what I would recommend is gain leverage. Gain leverage, right? It doesn't mean it's all about followers, but it does mean that the reason why you're going to be placed in a movie, the reason why you're going to get an actually well-paid, like, right sync placement and commercial placement, the reason why these things are going to come your way is because you have some leverage. If you are just giving stuff away to hopefully try to get exposure, which happens all the time. I know someone who has 3,000 followers, doesn't make any money, 3,000 followers, and they have, or I know them loosely. I'm acquainted with them. Some of y'all know who I'm talking about. He has like 300 million streams. 300 million streams. Can't make a living off of their music. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hundreds of millions of streams. Can't make a living off of their music. Works a bunch of other, does a bunch of other stuff. And has no followers, no engagement, no people actually interested in them because they got a label deal. We're getting a ton of playlists, a ton of crazy numbers, so they can brag about the fact that they have hundreds of millions of streams, and they can talk about that. At the same time, have nothing to show for it. No actual fans, no actual traction, no actual connection, no actual leverage to go perform anywhere. You know what I mean? Because they're not going to bring anyone there, right? So they can't even, like, with their EPK, they can't even like go to like a major DJ and all this stuff and be like, here's all my stats. They're not going to bring anyone there because no one actually cares about their music, right? So I feel like your priority, the music is there. Don't even worry about it. Keep making it. I think that's good. That's good for your algorithm. Keep making music. Keep putting it out there at scale. If you don't have the capacity to do major big band records like this, then do acoustic versions. Take your entire catalog, and if you got 12 songs, I don't know how many songs you got 12 songs out, take your entire catalog and record a single acoustic guitar acoustic version of every single one of your songs and release it once a month for the next year until you can do another big band record, whatever it takes, right? Get music out there. I do think that's important, but more than anything, you need to build audience. You need to build a brand. You need to build a safety structure around you that gives you leverage. If you get that, everything else that comes your way is going to be so much more valuable. That will be the difference between you getting $250 to be a part of some little part of a show, and you getting $12,000 to be a part of a show, right? That's going to be the difference between a label wanting to take 93% of your mechanicals or still making sure that you own at least 27% or whatever, right? It's going to be the difference between night and day because you have some leverage, you have some pull. So it'll feel 10 times better when they make you an offer, you counter, and then they give you what you asked for because they know they'll get their money back and you can pay back 100%. Completely true. This could be interesting of a movie, facts. Thankfully, myself and the songwriters and arrangers I work with all have full ownership right of everything. Plus, I keep a full-time day job to actually pay the bills. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. So that's my last little recommendation. Same thing that Danielle's talking about is don't give too much away, right? And even the playlist stuff. It's, to be honest with you, having seen this many, 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 many different times, all that is really happening with those playlists and with the bigger numbers that you're seeing on your Spotify, it really ends up just being vanity metrics. You know, that, at the end of the day, you're not going to get large form payouts because of that. You'll get some, but we're, from a large scale, out of hundreds of thousands into the millions of streams, like you're not going to get large form payouts to your distributor. The splits of that between multiple people is going to be very challenging, right? So my suggestion for you is got to connect. So like social media, like I would be doing raw stuff. I'll just be doing raw stuff. I would, and you can build off of that, right? But less curated. Yep. Yeah. Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. It's brutal. Yeah, the label structure is brutal right now. I mean, not right now. It's been this way for decades, but it's really, really tough. So I would never offer anything until you have some leverage because that's everything. And honestly, like it really, Michael, thank you for the follow. Miranda, I appreciate you. It's all, I mean, they're contract banks. That's their contractor banks with with an annuity. You know what I mean? Like that's really all that's happening is they are paying a salary. We will pay you X amount over this amount of time, and now you have work to do. And that's why people say you're in debt to them. You're not in debt to them. They hired you on a salary, essentially. They're like it's not debt. It is you have agreed. It's like in the same way someone's like, hey, you're going to go on salary at this job, and we're going to pay you $50,000 to do this thing. You can't just sit there and not do the thing. You'll be fired, and you will still have to pay like the equivalent of the work that you were not able to do, right? So it's not like. It's a different form of debt. You know what I mean? It's a different form of debt where they are saying, hey, you are going to produce 3 albums and 6 singles. You're going to do this tour in 112 cities. And the cost of that is $275,000. That is what we are going to pay you to do this. Plus this ownership fee, plus this, plus this, plus this. There's a lot of fine print in there, right? And if you just decide not to do that and you say, actually, after an album, I'm out, then they're like, okay, well, our projected earnings for that, we're still going to be $225,000. And that's what still has to be paid out. So we own everything you do for the foreseeable future until $225,000 is paid out. It's not really just a loan. It's the fact that you didn't honor your agreement in service of that contract, right? So I think there's like a lot of nuance to the label structure that there's also like a lot of misinformation about label structure too. It's usually when you hear people talking about I'm in debt to the studio and they effed me over is also because contracts weren't honored and you didn't read fine print and you didn't get a music lawyer. There's a lot to that. And I think that's also, I think there are sharks and they are predators and they do take advantage of people all the time, but you also just have to have your ducks in a row. You got to have leverage. You got to have people around you who can read through this stuff and understand the structure and stuff like that. So anyways, all that's way besides the point. Labels and publishers are alone. Yeah, essentially. It's they set an expectation, but I think the problem is that it's shiny object syndrome. You know what I mean? It's like you take someone who's like struggling and they're in a dead end job and they're working, 60 hours a week at some office job, but they make really, really good music. And then all of a sudden someone is like, well, I'll pay you $400,000. All you got to do is 200 cities. You got to maintain this. You got to do this, whatever. And you're like, of course I will do that, right? And they're like, it's a 360 deal. We'll own your merch. We'll own the music. We own the rights to your masters for the next 75 years. Well, whatever. Like, well, it'll be fine. But you're going to get all this money. We're going to do a huge tour. You'll get 3% of your master past this point. Like once you complete the 3-album deal, we'll renew it. Like, dude, amazing. Like, of course. And that's why these kids get taken advantage of because they don't know. They don't know. And so they're like, dude, especially at the big time, right? Especially you take a kid who didn't grow up with money and didn't grow up with just a lot of affluence when it comes to like understanding the business and stuff like that. Like they come in, you take someone who's just like barely getting by, and we're like, we're gonna give you $3 million. You're getting out. People sign on the dotted line. Get me out of here. It's like it gets rough, right? And that's where you see that's where you see these like really really crappy deals that happen because the label knows this kid, this kid they're gonna go 300 days on a tour. They're gonna be doing stadiums in 10 years. They know it, they see it, and they'll take advantage of you, and they'll just crush you. But and also oftentimes, there's also people surrounding them oftentimes trying to take advantage of it. I'm so glad, Aaron. I'm so glad. This is stuff that, this is kind of fun to talk about too, even though obviously it's usually about the song and the mix and whatever, but this is also, I think, really good to talk about as well. Publishers and labels only offer around 30 to 50 for a 3-year deal for smaller artists and writers. Yep. 100%. All right. Ben, I appreciate you so much, man. I think you're absolutely incredible. I'm so excited to see I'm like, having seen what you're doing right now, I'm so excited to see where you go, man. Y'all, please show some love. Please show some love to Ben. The artist name is Ben Lucas, so please go stream their music, add it to playlist, all that fun stuff. I gotta move faster. Let's keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Let's see. I got time for just a few more songs, y'all. A few more songs. Let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 5. So this is supposed to be a 3. So once I do this, I'm all up to. Okay, I'm going to close the lines in just a little bit. Right now, it's Aaron, Casey, and Danielle currently. Those are our last 3 right here. So Aaron, Casey, Danielle, y'all are the last 3 that I have. What's up, Jenna? Welcome back. Phone is charged, ready to go. Ben, you're amazing. I'm just, the day will come where I will hear your voice on the intro of some Hallmark movie, and I'll be like, I know that guy. He did it. With full ownership of his stuff. All right, let's get into this next track here. Actually, y'all, give me a second. I got to use the restroom, and then we'll do these last 3 songs. Last 3 songs. I will be live again tomorrow. I'll definitely be live again tomorrow. So if y'all have revisions, you have anything else you want me to hear, second tracks, anything like that, I'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. So definitely tap in. Make sure y'all are following all the different platforms that we're on right now. Subscribed, all that fun stuff. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. And I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll get back into the music. So give me just one moment, and then I think, Aaron, we're doing yours next. I believe. All right, I'll be back in a second, y'all.
Stuck in a corner. 7 weeks marching in order. Solitude louder than jet planes. All it took for me to be sane. Lucky draw got me this headspace. Fucking flaws marking the airwaves. Somebody said I could be anything. My body shakes. Don't say the same thing. Maybe tonight I'll fall away. escaping. No one can blame me. Born to run, but can't find my footing. Shed a tear while no one's looking.
Right. All right, y'all. We're back and we're ready to go. Torvik Doobie Doo, how are you, timeline with the ridiculous names? I'm fantastic, man. I'm doing well. It's been like a long day, but it's been a good day. It's been very productive. I had a great revision on a mix and stuff. So yeah, it's been great. Thank you for asking. Torvik, the song is fire. Thank you, Danielle. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Did you ever listen to the group Third Story? I don't think so. Let me look them up real quick. Back to the music where dreams are visualized, created, and realized. Thank you. Third Story. I'm gonna get them in. I'm going to follow them so I can go back and reference them. I need to make sure I check it out. Yeah. I'm gonna check. I want to check them out. I just followed them on Spotify so I can go back and reference that later too. I made it my goal this year to do more of my music. I want my own placements, my own music, my own growth, because everything else is going fine. I've built up this studio in our home that we're renting here now, and do a lot of mixing. I do a lot of production for other people. I do a lot of session work for other people, and I really want to do more of my own stuff. I have very little energy for it. And even just like collaborating, right? Just like even like doing stuff that's not business, that is just passion. And so that's one of my goals this year. I really, really, really want to do more. So hopefully I can. Hopefully we can. I got to make it happen. I have one thing I really want to do. I need to plan and then execute and carve space for it. Okay. Last three songs, y'all. Last three songs. Currently speaking, that's Aaron, Casey, and Danielle. So let's get into it. We got Aaron in the building. Aaron, hop in the chat. Let me know where you're at. That way I can make sure that you're here. I got your track right here. I'm going to go ahead and read through the boom. There's Aaron. Beautiful. Thank you so much for being here, Aaron. I appreciate you so much. I'm Aaron Peter, an artist based in Las Vegas. Let's go. Usually revolve around the realm of bedroom/indie pop. This is my track, Recreate You, with my friend. Is it Takeshi? Am I saying that correctly? Something close to that. Of course, man. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for tapping in today. I really appreciate that. Written and produced, and yeah, if I'm butchering that name, let me know. Written and produced by myself with the vocals from who I'm Takeshi. Okay, perfect. I was like, whoever that name is, right? Takeshi. Beautiful. This track in particular is not finished yet. I'm curious to know what you might think would be missing, or any general opinions on the songwriting, production, or mixing side of things. Beautiful. I love it. This will be going towards an EP of similar sound in a couple months, so definitely will love the feedback. Fantastic. Let's get it downloaded. Let's get it going. I'm excited to break it down. Once again, y'all, I will be live again tomorrow. So I'm closing up. I got 2 more songs after this one. I'm going to be closing the line after this song, so you can still submit or skip. If anyone wants to be one of those last 3, you can. But I only have 2 more songs after this one. We'll close it up. Currently speaking, let me go back and reference. It is Casey and Danielle currently. After this, I'll close the line. Anybody in the line can move around if they want to. But we'll get to hopefully some other people tomorrow as well. We were able to get through a couple saved ones today. All right, this is Recreate You. But also a little bit of advice on converting listeners into fans and marketing on social media in general. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Come on, Rhodes. Every song needs a Rhodes.
I never thought I'd find this feeling. once again.
How are you recording your vocals?
Can you tell me where did I go right? Oh, for me to meet you in this room tonight. I always thought my days of loving came to an end. But I didn't.
AT 2035, typically 8 inches from the pop filter, maybe 6. Okay, gotcha.
You were there when I needed you.
Does your early vocal have a double right next to it?
One in a million doesn't even come close to it. Maybe
Okay.
once in a lifetime, held once in the afterlife.
Love those harmonies. Come on. What's up, Kersey?
If you would tell me what you're made from, maybe your secret recipe.
I like this a lot. Aaron, this is cool.
Gave me parts of you to work with.
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that.
And times
I appreciate that a lot.
Infinity,
It means more than you know.
Gave me all of the time that there is on this earth, but I'm not playing no fool. Baby, it would
Love this
still
progression
be
too.
impossible to recreate you.
I would love to get a Rhodes in the studio if I could fit one. I just have too many doors in here.
I knew that time was bound to change us. I hate that I was unaware while you were lying on your side.
You're getting some like phase correlation issues and some like formant shifting in your lower vocal range.
One day,
It might be Melodyne stretching some of those notes. But we'll talk through that a little bit too. The structure of this is gorgeous though.
to blame. So tell me, love, if
God, I love Rhodes so much.
swallowed my pride, admit to my wrongs, would it make
okay.
things right? 'Cause I don't wanna love someone who don't even love me the way that I do.
You played Rhodes?
So
Do you have an actual Rhodes? Like a stage 73? Or is it a plugin? It doesn't matter. I'm just curious.
someone who's waiting for
Thanks for tapping in, Julia.
someone to
Everything's at my profile, but we're getting ready to close up here in just a little bit. I know. All I have is the plugin too, but it still sounds beautiful.
be a secret recipe. Give me parts of you to
It
work
works. It sounds beautiful. It works.
and times it by infinity, baby. Give me all of the time that we're here on this earth, but I was just playing your fool. Baby, it would still be
It's had some great music today, y'all. Great music. Welcome back, McKay. Welcome back.
And for the sake of my heart, I hope he doesn't recreate you.
Little ear candy in the background. Beautiful, man. Y'all show some love. So that is Aaron Peter. The artist is Takeshi. So the vocalist that you're hearing is Takeshi. Aaron Peter did the writing, I think the writing and the production, and then the vocals were from I got you, McKay. I appreciate you tapping in again, man. Good to see you. And then Takeshi did the vocals. Really, really, I think. Oh, you sang the first. You sang the first. Hold on. Give me a second to hear this. You sing the verse in first chorus. There's two different vocalists there. Oh, hold on. I want to hear the difference.
I never thought I'd find this feeling.
Yeah.
I knew that time was
Yeah,
running.
yeah. I can hear that. I was like, man, I don't know if in my brain I just heard it as one vocal. I think in my brain it smoothed it all out, and I thought it was all one shot right there. Okay, let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. I'm excited to break this down, man. Let's get into some of the details here. Yeah, I was like, well, similar processing on there too. Were both of y'all's vocals mixed on BandLab? Let's run it from the top, man. Y'all show some up to Aaron Peter, though, man. I love, there's so much about this I love. Just his. Okay, got you. There's so much about this that I love. Progression, I think, is absolutely beautiful. I actually love that you don't move outside of the roads here. I love that this feels restrained, but still really dynamic vocaling. You have some beautiful harmonies that come in. You use your vocal to do a lot of your pushing and pulling dynamically here. I love that. I think the Rhodes is absolutely gorgeous. There's some really subtle pads and layers in the background that I think do exactly what they're doing. So it's from a production standpoint, a dynamic standpoint, I think you're doing a lot of things right. The biggest thing, and honestly, even vocally, like both of y'all's vocals are really nice. They're very easy to listen to. We'll definitely get into some of the some target things that I want to listen for here, and some vocal production things that I want to address that to me separate the vocal from the production a little bit from a quality standpoint. I think the structure is great. I think it's really, really beautiful and has tons of potential. Man, you should be very proud of this. Let's run it from the top. Okay. I am going to, let me go ahead and close the line real quick. Da, 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 Oops, wrong button. What am I doing here? There we go. All right, let me go ahead and close these up here. We got two more songs. Let me see. Okay, 2 seconds, then we'll dive into it. We will dive into it. Okay. Clear Aaron. Perfect. Okay. Let's get back into it. All right, let's run it. Once again, y'all, this is Recreate You by Aaron Peter. Dead Man Bass, thank you so much for tapping in. I really appreciate you being here. Yeah, I see you. McKay, I see you. Maybe are you not hearing me respond? Is there audio on TikTok? Yeah, I see you, man. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. Hopefully a little bit earlier. I'll be live tomorrow, early afternoon Central Time. And just like today, we were able to get some other people back on the board. We'll do the same tomorrow. We'll keep chipping away at the list. Okay, let me run it from the top. It'll be probably around 2 or 3 p.m. Central tomorrow for anybody that didn't get played today. Okay. Let me run it back. This is Recreate You by Aaron Peter. Yeah, I like this a lot. Vocal processing to me is kind of the biggest thing that I want to target here. So your vocals, let me see. Yeah, I'll be here, McKay. I'll be here, man. I still got you on the list. Your spot is solid. Just kind of depends on who comes in and how fast things go. Let me see. But yeah, I got you, man. I got you. I always got you covered. Barefoot, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Let me readjust this. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me give me 1 second. Thank you. I appreciate that. Shout out to the Canon. Shout out to the Canon C100 Mark II. All right. Let me... Julia, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Okay. Why isn't that popping up? There it is. Okay, so, okay, you said... I'm going back. Sorry, I'm going back and forth here. You said Takeshi mixed their vocals on BandLab. Yours didn't. Jaden, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Jaden, I'm getting confused now. Sorry, my ADHD is like brutal right now. I feel myself jumping around. And how'd you mix your vocals? Or did you send it to someone? Sorry, my brain just started going haywire. Got to focus. Logic Pro. Okay, let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. And did y'all mix your own vocals and then send them to someone, or he sent his to you, something like that? Let me know. I love this structure though, man.
I never thought I'd find.
So right there immediately, right? I never thought. He sent me his mixed without verb and adverb. Okay, got you. 30K. Thank y'all for 30,000 likes. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are amazing. Y'all been absolutely fantastic today. And the music's been just absolutely beautiful today as well. So right in this first little section, you hear that phasing that starts at the beginning right there. On that first line, right at the very, very, very beginning, you're going to start to hear, thank you. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, that's the goal of this live stream, is to offer as many tools as possible, give y'all ideas and tips and stuff that hopefully going to help you kind of polish the structure of what you're doing. That's the whole thing, the whole point of this live. So I appreciate you a lot. Okay. So right here at the very, very beginning, you're going to hear this phasing that starts on the vocal at the very bottom. This is why I was asking about doubles. This can also happen with like small timing shifts and like formant shifts in the vocal due to timing or pitch changes. So just as an example, if you have a note in, I'm going to use Melodyne. You can let me know if you're using Melodyne. If you're using Melodyne and have a note that's this long, and I stretch out that note just a little bit longer in order to make it fit the rhythm I want it to be in the song, you're going to hear this kind of metallic shifting and phase right there that makes it feel, or you're changing timing, you're stretching out that waveform. So you're going to hear some of the artifact that's introduced for that. I see it might be from pitch changes. I use Logic's stock flex pitch. That is what it is. That's for sure what it is. So what's happening is these pitch changes have been moved. Thank you for the follow. These, too many pitch changes, yeah. So, or too broad of a pitch change, or if you've stretched out a couple notes, like maybe you came in too fast, and so you actually like slowed down to push it forward a little bit, something like that. Those little manual adjustments have to be done incredibly tastefully. Like it's got to be very, very tastefully, because if you don't, you're going to hear every single artifact that kicks in. So immediately, first note you hear, and again, if you listen either on the other, like red or purple app, it's a little bit better audio usually, but even over here, you'll hear this kind of just like every once in a while in your vocal, this kind of metallic ring, right? You'll hear this kind of, yeah, I don't even know how to explain it, but yeah, it's kind of this like metallic shimmer to the vocal as that waveform, as that like actual transient is slowed down. That note is slowed down, because now there's less vibrations, right? So what you need to do is, for one, I'm like I mentioned quite a bit earlier, I'm a fan of retracking. So I would say, if you are having an issue with like the timing right there, making sure that maybe you have a click track going in the background. If not, make sure that you comp, right? Make sure that you record this verse a couple different times in order to make sure that this is doing exactly what you want it to do. So maybe you take it a couple different times. Thank you, Nocturne. I appreciate it. Retrack 3. Did I miss something? Retrack? Did I miss something? Let me know if I missed something. Let me know if I missed something. You record it a couple different times, chop what you need to, and then fade them back together, right? So maybe the third time you had better rhythm and pitch control. In that first one, you don't have to do as much work to it, so you don't hear as much artifact from the timing changes, right? And then you reline them back up, and then you ship it forward, and you're ready to go. Those little details, to me, your Rhodes sounds beautiful. Your mix on the production sounds beautiful. Like, I really like the way that the production sounds. You have some nice little auto pan, a little interesting artifact in the background there that I think sounds really nice. It's warm. It sounds beautiful. Oh, you just said, that's what you're talking about. I was like, wait. I was like, what am I missing something? You said retrack 3 times during the live. Now it's going to be at the front of my. Now it's going to be the front of my fan. I'm a fan of retrack. I'm a fan of retrack. All forms of retrack. I was like, hold on, dude. People are throwing me off because people remember Lou came in trolling earlier, saying some stuff, and I was like, dude, my brain's on fire today. It's one of those days where my brain is on fire. It's not working the way it's supposed to. that makes a lot more sense. Anyways. Back to the song. So the timing is one of those things that I'm hearing. The other side of that is then vocal processing. This is a very warm blanket production, right? I mean, it's a Rhodes with like a chorus and a little reverb on it. Like, it is so beautifully structured. And then the vocals to me has some of the artifact we're talking about that I would either retrack and or correct. So you're changing timing of the entire waveform there, or making smaller adjustments so you're not getting as much of that kind of spread out metallic sheen from stretching out some of your syllables and stuff like that. So I think that's one side of it, right? Making sure that all of that, like your everything's lined up where you want it to be. Priority in source, priority at tracking. It's gonna be the most important part of it. And same with Takeshi. Same with Takeshi. Same thing. There's a couple of those artifacts in there. And the other side of that is aren't competing with anything in this mix, right? Like, excuse me. This mix is warm and it's easy. There's not 17 synths stacked on either side. There's not a quad track guitar. There's not a live drum set with 12 mics and a double bass underneath it. You're not competing with a whole lot, so you don't need to overcome a lot in this mix. I would dramatically soften the mix on your vocal from like an EQ standpoint, a compression standpoint. Get your vocal warmer, saturated a little bit. Like these EQ curves at like 10K, 12K, where you're up 5-6 dB, maybe more. You've really brightened that vocal to cut it through and give it air and stuff like that. You can soften a lot of that quite a bit because you're not competing with nearly as much. Right now, you hear this beautiful, really warm sounding production. It sounds very natural, very organic. And then especially with the stretch that's going on right now, the pitch stretch and timing that's happening, you get this very like digitally, artificially enhanced sounding vocal where I'm hearing the pitch changes. I'm hearing the stretching. I'm hearing the EQ curve pushing it forward. So if you want this to sound like a little bit more professional, right? A little bit more natural, you actually need to kind of step back from some of the processing a little bit and try to get it a little bit more transparent. What you're looking for is you could have 3 compressors and 2 EQs and a saturator and all this stuff. You could have a ton of processing, but what you want is transparency, right? In the same way, like I'm super stuffed up with allergies right now, but typically speaking, on my vocal right now, I have some outboards. So I'm running through a tube preamp and a tube compressor and EQ. So I'm being kissed by a compressor right there. It's knocking like a 2 dB off right there. Light de-essing, EQ. I have another preamp in the DAW, and then I have another 2 compressors, an EQ, and a de-esser on there, right? But you're not hearing a lot of that happen, right? You're not like, my vocal's not so like punchy and like, in your face. And like, when you hear like a crazy compressed vocal and it just like smacks you in the face and it's like sharp and tinny and sounds weird. Like you're not hearing a lot of that, right? On the EQ side, right? This is a pretty mellow tube. It's a tube microphone. It's pretty mellow. It's pretty soft and, almost dull to some people. So this has multiple EQs on it to brighten it up just a little bit, but you're not like hearing this dramatically bright, sharp, shiny high end to this microphone right now. Same with the compression, the compressor with the saturation, stuff like that, right? So when we're kind of getting into the structure of what we're doing here, what you're looking for, and this is just my voiceover chain, right? This isn't even like a typical vocal chain. This is just for me to do this on TikTok through Pro Tools, right? But when we're talking about like building these vocal chains and stuff like that, what you want is transparency. You want a lot, like I have technically a lot of processing on my vocal. I have outboard compressors and EQ and stuff like that. I have other things happening other things happening in the DAW, but you don't necessarily like hear those things kicking in. And so when I'm kind of digging into your vocal here, I hear the stretching, I hear the pitch changes, I hear like that modulation, right? I hear like the compressor kicking. I hear that it's been artificially brightened and stuff like that. So what I want you to do is you can process a lot, but try to do it in a way that sounds really natural and really transparent. I think that should be your goal, right? Don't make the goal bright. Don't make the goal, punchy or whatever. That will happen as you just dig into those different plugins and you start processing in a certain way. If you lower the threshold low enough on a compressor that has, a 3-to-1 ratio and an attack right down the middle, you'll start to get the punch if that's what you're looking for. But if you can start to listen for transparency, where like, okay, this vocal is balanced, it's controlled, and and it's forward in the mix, it sits over the Rhodes, but I'm not hearing the compression anymore. That's what I want you to dig into. Make that transparency your North Star, not bright. And I think that's part of the problem. Excuse me. A lot of people run into when you're like learning how to engineer, right? This is so many people. You're not alone in any sense at all. But when a lot of people are like learning to engineer, so they're like on YouTube, they're on TikTok, even like these kinds of environments. If you're trying to learn to engineer and you'll watch a 25-minute on how to brighten up your vocal. It's like all you got to do is do a high shelf at 12K, at 10K, bring that up a couple dB, and your vocal has air and it has. So you start doing that when it's not at all what your vocal needs in the structure of your song, and that's where it gets dangerous, right? And so what I want you to do more than anything is to like train your ear for what you want in your record and continue to chip away at that. Dozy, thank you for the follow. One size fit 100%, right? People are like, dude, all you got to do is like parallel compress your vocal or whatever. And I'm like, sure, that's a tool, but all of these are just tools, right? Like I don't have to have 3 compressors on my vocal. I'm just using those tools to get the result of a pretty forward like voiceover channel strip like I have right here. And so they're all just tools to give you the result that you want. If those tools are not giving you the result that you want, don't use them or alter them, right? So in this case, your results are a little bit exaggerated, over compressed, over EQ'd, whatever it may be, right? Over tuned, over stretched to make everything fit. And so you're starting to hear kind of those pain points. You're kind of at the limits of those processors where you're running into some of those pain points, right? So just soften that up just a little bit. You'll be in a much better spot, much better spot. The other thing I would do too is reference. I'm not honestly like the biggest fan of like referencing all the time. I think referencing can kind of just be a cop that like people do to just like not learn things. And they're like, oh yeah, this song has better bass. So they just like put a Pultec on the master and make more bass in their song. It just sounds muddy, right? So referencing for mixing and mastering, I think it has its place. It has its place, but you got to be really intentional with why you are referencing and what you're referencing. Don't just like listen to, don't just listen to a song and be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to try to copy this on my master. And then you end up with all these other mistakes because the building blocks of the record weren't the same. But what I would do is like specifically for vocal processing, find some bands, some artists, some vocals that you like the mix of, that you like the sound of, and listen for what they do. What you'll probably find, especially in this genre, this is very almost like low fidelity, very simple indie, work that you're doing here that I really, really like. Again, I really like your sound. I like the song itself. Since this is kind of the world that you're living in, listen for records in that. And I think what you'll find is a lot of these vocals are probably going to be darker than you think yours should be because you've been, told to brighten things. They're probably going to be a little bit darker than you're processing right now. Probably a little bit more mellow, a little bit flatter, probably a little bit more saturated, a little bit more even, less exaggerated, right? They're not going to feel as like slicey and punchy. They're actually going to feel very like soft and natural, and again, transparent to listen to. So that's where referencing comes in. It's not to like copy your processing over because it's not going to work because the same building blocks aren't there. But I think it could be helpful to be like, I want to sound kind of like these artists. I want to emulate a little bit of the stylistic things that they're doing. So let me listen to this vocal and see what that sounds like, and then compare that to yours. Compare like, oh yeah, my vocal's way thinner than their vocal, way thinner than their vocal. Like I'm missing all of my low end now. You're realizing how broad these other mixes, how full and present these other mixes will be. So to me, that's where referencing comes in. It's not just to try to like copy what they're doing, but it's just to kind of be like, oh, it's to train your ear more than anything, not to copy, but to train your ear to be like, oh, this is an objectively good sounding vocal that a lot of people like. People listen to these records and they like what they hear, and it's not so bad that they stop listening to them. Millions of people have heard these songs. So what can I do in my structure to make sure I don't have any distractions that hinder people from liking and enjoying and listening to my song? And it's just, making sure that you have a good reference point for that. Let me dig a little bit deeper into the song. I think that largely addresses everything in the song because I think your production structure is great. But for both of these vocals, I want you to address some of those pain points. That way, the great song that is actually here is what people hear. They're not hearing like a stretched vocal. They're not hearing EQ curves. They're not hearing over compression. They're just hearing your message. They're hearing your song. They're hearing your structure. That would be my recommendation.
Secret recipe.
Because there's some beautiful harmonies here too.
Secret recipe. Gave me parts of you to work with, and times it by infinity, baby.
Okay, beautiful.
Give me all of the time that there is on this earth, but I'm not played no fool.
You've got a great voice. Both of y'all have great voices.
Impossible to recreate you.
Good lyrics too. Like there's some good lyrics here.
I knew that time was bound to change us. I hate that I was unaware.
Because you can hear, right? This is so gated. It's like gated up a little bit and is so compressed that you get kind of that boominess. You get a lot of this heaviness out of the vocal, which again, some of that can be stylistic and intentional. But based on how soft the rest of this production structure is, when that vocal cuts in, there's no like dynamic to the vocal. It's da 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 da. It's already right there. There's no like no like natural movement of the vocal because it's all tied up right here, right? Like the top has been pulled down, the bottom's been turned up, and that compression is really, really tight. So there's no room for that vocal to kind of lean in and lean out and to ebb and flow just a little bit. And you want control, right? You don't want the vocal to jump out and you don't want it to fall out of the mix, but you also don't want it to be so tight that there's no room for that vocal to just kind of ebb and flow on a really natural production. Again, this one is very natural. This would be different if this was like a Zara Larsson song or you know what I mean? Like where it's got to be tight and really, really well structured over a huge production. In this case, it's very like clean and pure and transparent. So that's where I want like a little bit more like natural processing so that you're not hearing like his compression kind of kick in and make his vocal super punchy in a really soft, warm, beautiful production.
While you were lying on your side, I was crying on my face, knowing one day it all come crashing down.
Layers are beautiful.
And I'd be left to blame. So tell me, love, if I
Great voice.
swallowed my pride.
Yeah, y'all are awesome. Let me skip forward a little bit here.
Tell me what you're made from. Maybe a secret recipe. Give me parts of you to work with.
Threshold, if you're de-essing at all, threshold could just be a little bit lower. That you know, it resonates a little bit harshly, right? Like bass sounds nice. Again, like a production, I really like the balance of it. I think it feels full, it feels warm. I like it a lot. Yeah, a little bit lower threshold on the de-esser if there is one there. If there's not one there, maybe add one in after your bright EQ, just to help control some of the sibilants, SSTs, Cs, Ks, stuff like that. It can kind of slice through the mix, become a little bit harsh, a little bit brittle. If you control a little bit of that, that's easy. Just find the frequency, lower the notch until you hear the harshness leave, but don't do it so much that you remove phrasing. So, at some point, if you over de-ess and you remove a lot of that sibilant texture and character in there, you'll end up with a lisp, and you don't want that, right? You just want just enough. Again, transparent. You want it to be transparent, just enough to take away some of that energy. Is the review submission free? No, it's not. And then is it Daiba? Thank you for tapping in. These are long form consultations. They're about 30 minutes a piece, I would say, per artist, about 30 minutes a piece. We go through your song 2 or 3 different times. So it's a really long form analysis and consultation per artist and producer and musician that comes in. So yeah, it is a paid service. Typically starts at 10, but depending on the algorithm, depending on the line, sometimes it skips a bit higher than that, which makes things take a little bit longer sometimes. All right, let me hit this last little section here, and then we'll hop off. If you want any information, I think Daiba. If you want any information, just go to the link that's in the description of the live stream, and there's all the information of the live stream there. Explain some of the structure of it and stuff like that.
But I was just playing your fool. Baby, it would still be impossible to recreate you.
Beautiful.
And for the sake of my heart, I hope he doesn't.
Like some of these lines here, the sake of my life. Like some of those lines don't have to be so perfect, right? So like right now, the da 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 ba 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 ba, like they're very like on the nose, like directed straight to that note. Let there be a little bit more like natural inflection there and a little bit more like natural movement there, so it doesn't feel so robotically like you had to chop it right on that note and then drop it way down there. Biggest takeaways for change are the vocal. Yeah, I think so, because I'm not hearing anything in the production that I dislike. Because what I love about the production is it just sounds like you're in the room with it, right? It's just a warm rose with a finger bass that comes in the background. That to me is like there's nothing that I would want you to overmix about it. Like it just is what it is. Get it balanced, make it sound nice and pretty and wide, and get a little reverb on there, and it'll sound clean. I love where that is sitting for me. The thing that will separate it is really digital artifact in the vocals versus a really natural sounding production mix. So to me, the production is sitting right where it needs to be. Most of your time and attention I would put on vocals for both of you, right? Put it on vocals because y'all are both great at what you do. You both have good vocals. Like you both are good songwriters. Like I like a lot of what I'm hearing. but there's some separation in quality between the two, and that's the gap that I want you to bridge. What camera are you using, please? Of course, it's a Canon C100 Mark II cinema camera. Yeah, I'm always willing to answer questions. Y'all show some love to Aaron Peter right here in the chat. Aaron, I appreciate you sending this in, man. I can't wait to hear some updates. I can't wait to kind of hear where you take this, and where you go with your music, man. You are of course. You're very talented. I really do. I like the writing. I like a lot of the format that you have here. So I'm excited to hear how you improve on this as well, man. It's really, really well done. I don't want to hold you over too long, but any advice on converting listeners to fans? Yeah, I mean, a little bit of what we talked about earlier with Ben. I think it was Ben Lucas. A little bit of what Ryan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. A little bit of what we talked about with Ben before, converting listeners to fans. I mean, it really, I'm trying not to be too general. You just got to be able to connect, right? Like, I think people try. They try too hard and things feel unnatural. And when I have seen success, it has been people playing to their strengths and challenging themselves and stretching themselves, yes, but playing to their strengths and doing stuff that actually comes fairly natural to them, and an environment that feels natural to them, right? So you'll see people that have like nothing production-wise going for them, and they don't have a studio, they don't have a mic, so they go and sing in their garage. They blow up. If you know Nick D, Nick D was a wedding videographer, and he played sports. Okay, so he was a wedding videographer, had a company with his friend what's his name? Cakes. He had a company with his friend. He did wedding videography, and he played sports. So you do like trick shots, right? So what did he do? He started doing trick shots and doing like pretty decently edited videos. Blew up based on those. That's how Fine Apple blew up, was trick shots and planning out like pretty high quality production content. Connor Price. Connor Price is an actor. He's been an actor since he was a kid. So he tried a bunch of covers. He did a bunch of other stuff. What worked well for him? Skits. The thing that blew him up was skits, acting. That came natural to him. It's something that he's done his entire life. Citizen the Artist, another person who's blown up on TikTok. He's getting hundreds of thousands of followers, millions of streams. He's a cinematographer. He's worked as a cinematographer for a while, has a really, really nice camera, understands the editing process probably than many, many people that are posting anything on TikTok. He's a great cinematographer. So what did he do? He started doing like these transitions and like kind of skits and transitions with high cinema quality, high cinema quality, because that was natural to them. That was like easy for him to do. He had this stuff. It was very like natural to him, and it didn't feel forced, right? And so I think for me, so I'm looking at all of the, like, who's successful, like who's doing it well, that is like separate from a label structure. All these people are independent. A lot of them produce their own stuff or work closely with their producers. A lot of these people are completely independent, making millions of dollars a year now. Millions. I think Connor Price is making like probably $2.5 to $3 million a year now, not counting his tours, which are probably making him more. Like, we're talking real money from completely independent artists that aren't going to major studios or recording at their home, working with a close producer of them and like barely touring, right? These people are like making it, and they are getting garnering incredible success doing it. And the way that they're doing it is just doing what's like in front of them to do, that they're skilled at, that they have some experience with, and doing that at scale and pivoting within that mold until it works, right? So you're like, how do you translate, right? Like, how do I get people to just listen to my stuff? Like, that to me is the missing piece, right? That's something that I haven't even tried to do for myself yet. Like, that's something I need to work on, right? But that's something that I see. If I'm looking at people and I'm just observing, which I feel like I'm good at, if I'm just observing and I'm just taking in information and I'm just like creating a chart of like, what's the chart of like what is working well for people out there, and it's just like to make it as cheesy as possible, it's like just being authentic, like literally being themselves, doing what they're good at and integrating their music into that. If you're a good actor, integrate your music into skits, Connor Price. If you're a good videographer and you're good at sports, integrate sports and working out and videography in your videos, Nick D. If you're a great cinematographer and you have high-end equipment, integrate that with your music, citizen the artist, right? There's a million other, if you have no social anxiety and you can go and talk to people all the time, try doing something in public that garners attention that you're not worried about, that will get some attention on your music. There's a bunch of artists that replicate that process as well. So what do you do for work? You might work an office job, or maybe you're an accountant, maybe you do construction, maybe you're remodeling homes, maybe you do landscaping, whatever it may be. Maybe you wash dishes at a restaurant. Integrate, like, make that your whole thing, right? For a while, right? Until you're beautiful. You're a teacher pursuing their dream of doing music and pursuing their artistry. So as a teacher, how can you integrate that, right? Like what if you started like showing your students your music? There's some iffy ways, right? You gotta figure out how this all works, right? But like, I'm just gonna throw some bullshit out there so you can kind of think about it on your own. Like, what if you did a whole series of like showing 10th graders your music, right? Like a whole thing of like you got 5 high schoolers to roast your music, or whatever. Integrate what you do, make it natural, make it in your environment, and people will connect to the authenticity of it, right? Like whatever you do, right? Like I got the whole football team to listen to my new song, and here was their reaction, and that's your content, and that's the way that you start you start building a little bit more of your platform. It's just finding what's natural to you, right? And you like, maybe after classes are done, you go back to the school, or you do something, you bring a camera and you start like writing, you set up your camera on the side, and you start like writing your lyrics as the song is playing on the chalkboard or the whiteboard, right? Like you can find some like creative, and then it's like POV, you're a teacher who's always dreamed of doing music full time, but you're stuck at this job or whatever, even if you love it. You just find ways of going about building your persona as an artist that just feel like normal to you. They feel easy to you, because the only way to make it is to execute at scale, right? Like the only way to go viral is to execute at scale. And so I feel like that to me would be like my one tip is quite literally, what's around you? Who are you? Like, what are your relationships like? And quite literally just be yourself. And that will be the surest way for people to connect with you and translate. If you suck at skits, if you're and I know people like this who have tried it, and they came to me like, dude, I'm never doing that again. They tried, they were horrible actors. They're incredibly socially awkward. They're great musicians and artists, but they're very, very, uncomfortable with doing stuff like this. They tried to do some skits, and oof. It just was not what they were trying to get out of it. And in fact, the opposite. People started kind of just like making fun of them for it, because they were just like, dude, don't do this anymore. Like, what, you know what I mean? Like people they could feel that, like, this feels weird, dude. Like, what, this is not you. It's like a lot of people that knew him were like, ooh, this is kind of cringe. And so it didn't feel natural, right? So yeah, integrate your personality, integrate your environment, integrate what's natural to you, your job, your family, whatever. Like, you can find some context. People are comfortable with different things within that spectrum, right? Find what feels fairly natural, because that's going to be the thing, while still stretching yourself. It's still weird making content. You still have to stretch yourself. I'm not saying don't challenge yourself. You got to challenge yourself. You got to execute at scale, but find what you can do that you will be able to do nearly every single day. If it feels too much, if you're like, oh, I can do a music video once every 3 months, it's never gonna help you, right? You gotta find out, what do I have the capacity to do at least 3 times a week, preferably more, that you could do at scale. And I think you'll be in a good spot. Hopefully that's helpful. And I'm preaching to myself too, because as someone who works full-time in music, is constantly working in music and with music and for music, I have my own artistry that I never work on. And those are the things those are the very things that I have to figure out for myself as well. And so many of us are still trying to figure out. Y'all show some love to Aaron. I appreciate what you do, man. You're very talented. I love the structure of your music. Thank you, Nocturne. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I was just about to type that. Yeah, 100%. Okay, let's, absolutely, man. Anytime. Let's keep moving. Last two songs. We're closed up. We got KC in the building. KC, let me know if you're here. Let me know if you are here. Anytime, Aaron. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for sending in the song too, man. It's really, really beautifully done. KC's here. Let's get it. I think Danielle, is Danielle closing this out again? What is this? Is that like is that randomly like 3 times in a row? That's weird, because I do a different amount of songs every time too. Alex, thank you for the follow. I do a different amount of songs every single time too. So like today we did 8 songs. In the last 3 live streams, Danielle has been the last song. That's so weird. That's so weird. All right. I mean, I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it. But that is so funny. Okay. What am I looking for here? I'm so mad. I hate that. I sent an email or two with info. I replied to the original with a little more information. Is it Gentle? Is that you? So I can make sure I connect the right name here. Perfect. Thanks for your patience, man. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. I'm requesting for a song, preferably 2 to be played. I only have 2 songs out right now. This will just be 1. Is that okay? Just based on your position. Otherwise, I'd have to save it. I'm sorry. I'm just reading this part of the email, obviously, for the first time. Because I got the 25 and skipped everyone. Is that okay? I want to make sure that's perfectly fine. Or if I can save them, it's up to you. That's fine. Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. Just so I can make sure, since I put it ahead of the other people behind that. So I wanted to make sure. I want to make sure you're good. Only have 2 songs out from, and then let me know which one. Let me know which one, since you did send 2, just so I can choose the right one. For my forthcoming debut, I only have 2 songs out right now for my forthcoming debut EP. I'm on all DSPs under KCthemuse as well as Instagram. Just want to put good product out there for the world. Got you. I'm a hip hop artist with sounds of R&B. I wrote my own songs and they are mixed and mastered out of Philly. Beautiful. Perfect. I have influences of college dropout Kanye, Larry June, and other artists. As said before, I want to put out nothing but good products, something everyone can feel. I love that. It's a great North Star. If you want a song with a hook / chorus, go with Co-Love. If you want R&B, heavy sampled hip hop story, well, Damn is your song. One thing people say is I need more energy in my songs, but I've tried everything and the way I rap is my pocket. Okay. This might even just come down to you repositioning production around you to make room for your vocal to be the way that it is, right? I think there's something to be said. Like you take an artist like Black, right? 6 for y'all who don't know, but Black. You take an artist like Black, who has a very, very, he's one of my favorite like hip hop R&B artists. A very like laid back, very chill, like his whole aesthetic is like very, very mild, right? So what he's done is he's not coming in with like a crazy trap beat. He's coming in with like low fidelity productions, like natural acoustic instrumentation, like really filtered out samples. So he's understood that the way that he raps, the way that he sings is going to be very chill, very laid back. It's going to be easy to listen to. So the production will support that. There's going to be a lot of space. It's going to be very, very open. So I think if you have like, maybe you need more energy. Sure. I don't know. We'll hear in a sec. Like maybe you do need to focus on emoting and projecting your vocal, but also maybe you just need a production that complements your vocal. Both can be completely valid. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. Let me see. So let me see which one I want to listen to here. I want to go with a hook. I want to hear how your hooks are. So let's do Co-Love. Is that cool? Let's do Co-Love. Because I want to hear, I mean, to me, the hook is a lot of what's going to help people connect. So let's go with Co-Love. Perfect. All right. This is Co-Love by KCthemuse. Once again, like a couple of the other songs tonight, the song is out on all platforms. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist. Go follow on Spotify, all that fun stuff. Let's get into it. Real quick before we dive in, remind me. Yeah, okay, cool. Remind me, mixed and mastered out of Philly. Where'd you get the production? Is the production yours, or is it a BeatStars lease, YouTube MP3? Let me know. Let's get into it. Or produced by someone you know, maybe.
Can we? If I get personal with this one, excuse me if I get vulnerable. Can we? I know you want for me to stay, but we should go on different ways. Life is hard, it ain't really what it used to. I'm the voice you would sleep and go dream to, but now I'm just the voice you would curse and go scream to. I never thought that times would ever be like this or feel like this. I call you out your name, you tell me I ain't shit. Here we go again. I promise I'll never reach a level that low again. The second time around, we should take it real slow as friends, but someone can't forget or forgive. I know I did my dirt, it just is what it is. But how we gon' parent if we keep fighting in circles? Forgive what I did or I'm always gon' hurt you. Can we? Can we? Uh-huh. Can we? Can we? I apologize for the things that I did. I just pray we work it out for the sake of our kids. They deserve a happy mother and a father. But can we maintain if we argue? Something gotta change. Can we sit and settle down just for starters? I want for them to know that even though we separated, it's okay to go to another place. But you'll never had to do the race to find a woman's love when it's right up in your face. And the same goes for me, you a man
Good lyric
first.
structure, man.
I'm the only man that's gonna see when you at your worst, and that'll never change. Win, lose, or draw, we gon' charge it to the game. But who am I to judge if our hearts don't play the same? Can we?
Yeah.
Can we? Uh-huh. Can we? Can we?
Yeah, very smooth, man. Very smooth. Yo, give it up on time. Give it up on time. That is KCthemuse. The song's called Co-Love. Let's dive in, man. Let's run it from the top. Let's dig into it. I mean, I hear what you're saying. It is, it's very chill. It's very laid back. And that, to me, feels really natural to you. So to me, this all just comes down to facilitating production that gives room for that gives space for that. Because I like what I'm hearing. I don't think I want to hear, to be honest. I don't know if I want to hear more energy from, at least I'm listening to this song, right? I don't know if I want to hear like more energy out of this song. This to me is storytelling. This to me is almost poetry, right? Like this is very lyrical forward. It's not vibe forward, right? You're not like, you're not necessarily like listening to this song to like be moving at the club. You're listening at this song to feel something, to connect to. You actually write poetry makes all the sense in the world. You're listening to the song to connect to the storyline. You're listening to relate to lyric structure, to feel something, to like connect to humanity in some sense, right? So that to me is like, it requires a different vocal structure than like, this is for the club and it's like a Luda record from 2008. Like, that's not what you're doing. So I don't know if at least in this particular context, I don't know if I agree that I need more energy out of your vocal. What I could probably sense is that this vocal is, even with like the sampling over the hook, the vocal, it is a bit contrasted from the energy of the song, which is a little bit higher energy. And you have some, hey, no worries at all, Nocturne. I appreciate you tapping in for a bit. It maybe is contrasted a little bit where I would maybe see about lower BPMs, a little bit lower, like lower fidelity production that feels a little bit darker, a little bit moodier, and just see how that feels. At the same time, if you like kind of this hip hop production structure that you have here, some of the influences of this production structure, then that's just something you can keep in mind. Let me know really quick. I think I asked it before, but let me know really quick where you got the production. Is this a BeatStars beat? Is it a YouTube lease or something like that? Or not, or like a BeatStars lease or a YouTube MP3? Or are you working with a producer or doing it yourself? Let me know. Let me run it from the top. Let's dive into a couple details and we'll close it out with Danielle. BeatStars. Okay, because like right away, this is like fairly high energy. So I understand. I don't necessarily think it's like correct holistically. I get why people say you should have more energy, because like this is the first thing you're hearing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's like it's pretty vibrant. it's fairly energetic. So I understand thinking that you might need a little more pep in your step when it comes to like the performance for the vocal. But the way I want it, I just almost want to hear your vocal over a different beat. This comes down to like sound design choice and like beat choice and stuff like that. The way that it's mixed a little bit, I kind of want to hear your vocal over something a little darker. Maybe still some of the same stylistic influences and like regional influences, but maybe a little moodier, a little bit darker, since you're in a very low register of your vocal at the same time. Like a very low register of your vocal, a little bit more fry. It's a little bit more, damn, is that true? I'm gonna run it. I don't care. I'm gonna go halfway through. Cause that to me is like, let me see. I don't care. It's my life. I can do whatever I want. I'll do half over here. I'll skim through it. I'm gonna skim through it.
Slapped them on the canvas blank, and then I started thinking, how can I rearrange this art to make it mine?
I'll skim through it just to get a feel.
The other works and let them intertwine. So I started with the heart. Every woman loved the same. I love the way it felt, but it can't take me out the game. What's the fun of having one when there's more to do it too? Replace the one you gon' get your feelings hurt. Gotta play to win, then I let you in if you show me how to fuck, cause different works require different strokes. Can't paint your world the same. Speaking life into my destiny. Baby, say my name, say my...
Still, I mean, it's slow. Yeah, I'm trying to read through the lines a little bit here. Still, it's hard to explain because of the sampling and like positioning of the sampling, where that vocal register is. It's still like...
Just say my name. Girl, just say my name. Wipe those tears from your eyes, cause I don't never stand...
All these like high vocals, like there's still strings and like orchestras kicking in, still fairly. I'm trying to really kind of figure it out in my own brain at the same time, and I might not be articulating it the best. Still fairly high energy. Like I don't know if I would like hear this, and it's a slow BPM, so it's a slow pace, but I would still consider this fairly high energy. Like you have string swelling in the background. Yeah. I hope I am. Sometimes my brain's not the best at it, but like, I hope I'm articulating it okay. The BPM is slow, so I get that, right? So it's a slower pace, but I still have, drums and a bass line in the background. I still have, orchestral swells and like high violins and cellos. I've got a bright, high energy vocal sample in the background. Oh, it's doing all this fun stuff in the background. It's fairly high dynamic, even though it's slow. So it's like, it's a slow pace, but the actual production energy is fairly high. Like I'm almost like just let me do something here. Just to kind of. Yeah, I think you did. Wait, you did say Larry June, right? You said like old Kanye, Larry June style, right? I'm gonna try something real quick. Where's my labs? Just for the sake of... I think he said it in the email, so I can't remember if I read that out loud. You're totally good. Well, load up. Let's go, labs. I want to kind of like... I want to kind of listen for something here. If labs will pull up for me. I might not want to. Yeah. Nope, it doesn't want to. Give me a sec. I'll do a different piano. Let's I hope this isn't giving me oh, there we go. Okay. So okay, here's I'm gonna mess around with something just for a moment, just to kind of see if I can bring some level of like clarity to what I'm feeling. so toss that right there. And then, so here's like how, okay, let me, no, I'm not going to do that. I was like, I'm not going to build a whole track here, but yeah, I can almost imagine like something like almost kind of lo-fi. And you could still have some influences, right? Like some, like depending on how you want to structure certain things, like some, Philly influences, some West Coast influences on like some of your beat structure, similar to some of the beats that you're pulling up, right? Like you could have some structures like that still, integrate into this. But I kind of want to like, I'm imagining like this vocal
Started with the heart. Every woman loved the same.
where you really could almost just be a poet. You know what I mean? Like, da 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 da, sa, da, 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 da. I've been in this for, look at this often. Every time I see your face, I think it's often. Every time I'm in the face, and like it softens. I've been, I'm making whatever, mumbling, making shit up, right? I can imagine your vocal just living in space over what you do. Now, add in drums, add in 808 if you want, add in some clap. Like you can still build, but the overarching theme is that this is kind of mellow. So it leaves you like, if this is right, and it's got energy to it, and then you mellow out your vocal, that's gonna make it a lot harder for you to match energy, because the production is moving faster than you are, and it's at a higher energy state and dynamic range than your vocal is. So that's when people are like, you need more energy, when really what's happening is you need a production structure that serves your voice and that matches your energy, right? So it doesn't mean you can't have high energy songs where you put more into it, you got more drive and more push. At the same time, for these tracks where you're like, no, I really feel like I just want to speak. Like I just want to say my truth. I want to tell my story. I want to like connect with my city and my culture and the society around me. I want people to hear my story and my experience, my perspectives. If that's kind of your North Star, and that's the primary thing, like as a lyricist, as a poet, if that's your North Star, and that's what you're looking to accomplish with your music, then BeatStars is going to be challenging because it's got a structure, right? BeatStars are like, no, we're here. It's verse, and then you're in your hook, and you're a verse, and you're in your hook, and here's the sample, and it's laid out for you. You're locked in. And when really you just kind of need a foundation to speak, to rap with some rhythm and cadence and some phrasing, right? But like you need a platform to speak and to tell your story and to speak to the things that you want to. So I'm like kind of curious what it would sound like to kind of like break down some of the walls of your production and just have like a piano loop or something like that. Like you could probably get on Splice or work with like a really simple producer and get like a filtered piano loop. And you could probably still have like a bass line. Do 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 boo do 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 boo do 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 boo. Like you could still have some production, right? Retrack's right there. Tap in with retrack. Retrack is right above you. Tap in with retrack. Y'all could work out splits. You could work out a deal. Retrack's great. Retrack is awesome. Like I think you could connect with some like really, really simple productions. Just try it. Just try it. And I think if you can get your production structure to live closer to the energy of what you like to create, then you'll probably connect with more people, because it won't feel like there's a distance between your energy and your desire and for the expression of the song. Let me get into the middle of Cola for a moment here, but that to me I think is what people are hearing. So I don't even know if necessarily people are wrong. I just think the solution is wrong, right? I don't necessarily think that like people are saying the wrong thing necessarily. Like if you were to have a high energy production and you sound lazy, loosely speaking, right? Like then I get the disconnect. But I just think you need something that works really well for you. I think you just need something really like simple, realistic. I mean, what I would love is for to like have a piano like this, like we're talking, with some beautiful strings. Da, 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 da. Ooh, da, 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 da. Like you could have some beautiful like stacks of strings on the outside. It could feel really orchestral. It could feel like really cinematic. And then you're just flowing over the top of it, and you're telling your story, and you're speaking what you need to speak. Like that to me, like as a consumer, just as someone just listening to the music, that's probably like more engaging to me. Excuse me.
Me how to touch. I've been in love with one, but can you show me tears from your eyes? Cause I don't never stand the rain. But if you got a plan, damn, baby.
There's nothing wrong with this, right? There's nothing wrong with it, but I do understand that I feel like I would probably, excuse me, I feel like I would probably connect a little bit more, and that's probably what people are telling you. You me as your last guy. I already have my last one. We've been close for a while, so I would have taken on a whole bunch of other songs before that. Dude, of course, man, of course. And again, I want all of this to be Casey. I want all of this to be secondary. We'll be live again tomorrow, T7. We'll be live again tomorrow, so make sure you're following. Turn on notifications. We'll open up the line again. Take on another big batch. I don't think you'll disappoint me. I've just been on for 4.5 hours. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow, so make sure that you're following. Probably 2-3 p.m. Central, something like that. We'll open up the lines again. We'll get a bunch of new artists in here, and I look forward to hearing what you're doing, man. I appreciate you tapping in today, and thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, Casey, I want all of this to be secondary to what you want to do artistically. Again, everything should be second to that. What's authentic to you? What feels natural to you? Sometimes you just don't know until you hear it, or you try it and it clicks with other people and they relate to it. So I want all of that to be secondary. Like, I don't want you to hear what I'm saying and be like, oh, I need to switch all on my beats. Someone said I had to. Search your own heart, search your own mind and your ears and what you want to create and what feels authentic to you, and put that as your North Star, because that matters more than anything. That matters more than anything. Y'all show some love, man. Please show some love. That's the family. KCthemuse, man. I love and appreciate you sending this in, man. Thank you for sending this in. You're definitely a good lyricist. That's what I'm saying. You're a poet. You're a good lyricist. So I do think the thing for me is like, how can we make sure we connect your production structure to your lyricism, and not take away from it, and not be a distraction from it. There not be distance between the energy, but actually try a couple songs where you're like, okay, I'm going to be chill. I'm going to be a little bit lazy with my energy. I'm going to actually relax my tone. I'm going to relax kind of the presence behind my vocal, and actually find a structure in my production elements, with a producer, maybe that's Retrack or someone, right? Or even just another lease. But like, I'm going to find a structure that actually complements that. It doesn't distract, it doesn't take away. It actually complements the quiet nature of my voice, my low, my low vocal fry and stuff like that. So that's what I would look at, man. But y'all, please show some love. Excuse me. All right, we're going to close it up, y'all. It's that time. T7, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for tapping in today. Close till tomorrow, and then we'll open up the lines again. We're going to close it up with Daniel. Daniel, you know the deal. Just hop in the chat to let me know that you're here. Let me pull up your song, and we're gonna shut it down with another amazing Daniel track. So let's see. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I do like this piano. Sounds nice. It is. A little bit of that vinyl. RC20. Shout out to RC20. Hold on. Where'd Pro Tools go? Wait, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, what's Pro Tools doing up there? Hold on one second. I don't know why it's over there. Sorry, gotta make some corrections here. I don't know why I did that. Boom. There we go. You can see what I'm using. Check. Oh, it's like disconnecting too. All right, y'all. I'm gonna close up then. I'm gonna close it then. I'll get all that saved for tomorrow. So y'all, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all are amazing. Amazing. Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. We will be alive again tomorrow afternoon. So definitely tap in. Make sure that you're following on TikTok. Make sure you're following or subscribed on YouTube and Twitch as well. We're going to close it up and we'll be out of here until tomorrow afternoon. Quick reminder, I do work full-time as an engineer, producer, and session musician. So if you ever need any of those services, I'm always open. I'm taking on clients every single week. So if you need live drums, you need hardware, synthesis, analog synths, acoustic, electric, or bass guitars, vocals, you need a producer, you need a mixing and mastering engineer. That is what I do for a living full-time. So definitely shoot me a message on whatever platform and I'll do my best to get back to you in a reasonable time. Love and appreciate y'all. Hopefully we'll see y'all very, very soon. Peace.